Can you believe it? A stream? In current year? Who would even do that? Epidemic sound. Woo. Let's get some music. Let's get some background noise. Ooh, I don't like your cookies. No thanks. I need to log in. Yes, I do. All right, browse. What shall we listen to? Oh God, it's loud. Okay, that's better. Hey, this is pretty cool, though. I'm down with that. Hello, welcome to the jam. Everybody, let's slam. Also, I've implemented ducking on this stream, so now thou shalt have the pleasure of properly hearing my voice over things when I talk over things. Truly exceptional production quality. All right, let me test something real quick because I've been. Yeah, Streamlabs chat is not working with multi-streaming. It's not what I've been focusing on fixing right before the stream, but it is something I would like to fix. We don't get the BGTB emotes in Streamlabs chat. Let's see if I can fix it while waiting for people to join. Yo, hey Skits, how are you doing? Is everything good? Oh wait, it does work. Oh, hey, we did get the YouTube message. Augers. Seems like it. Awesome. I made some babka last night. It turned out. Oh shit! You're making Polish pastries now? Why am I not invited? Oh, it's Jewish. Oh, of Poland and Ukraine. Okay, thank you. I actually don't even know if I like it. I used to be a picky eater when I was a kid. And because of that, there's a bunch of stuff that I don't actually know if I liked or not. I just was like a picky kid, so I just wouldn't eat it. I'm sure I would like it if I tried it out nowadays, though. Honestly, like this streusel. Yeah, I like that shit. A crumbly topping of flour, butter, and sugar. Yo, Arwarian, you got me at cinnamon. Yeah, cinnamon's delicious. It's just brioche bread with chocolate filling, basically. Chocolate variant I made, at least. I would love to... I would dig the apple variant. Like, apple and cinnamon is just such a god-tier combo. There's no way you can go wrong with apple and cinnamon. And some brown sugar, obviously. Let's see, the French have this, like, apple pie recipe that's delicious. Yeah. Oh, fuck. I need to accept cookies for this website. Like, look at this. Oh, God, it's loud. I'm sorry. Like, I need to put a limiter on the... Fuck, that's the thing I haven't done yet. Wait, there's no cinnamon. It's green apples. my god, I hate this recipe already. Oh, but look at the chunks of butter. Oh, yeah. Dude, chunks of salted butter on top. Mmm. Okay, I'm slowly getting back into loving that recipe. Okay, yeah. Now we got the cinnamon. Plenty of cinnamon. That's important. It was a lot easier to make than I thought. I thought I fucked it up. I fucked up when making the dough, but it turned out fine. Lots of butter, classic French cuisine. Absolutely. Look, there's a thing. When in doubt, add butter. Like butter and garlic are those two things. When you're reading a recipe online, they have those like dumb ideas that like fat is not good for you, like fucking 50 years old bullshit nutrition rules. So they're like minimizing everything. The reality is double everything when it comes to butter and garlic quantities, and then add some more just like out of feeling, you know? While you're cooking, you're like, you're like smelling it, you're tasting it, and you're like, yeah, let's add a couple more cloves of garlic in. I ate so much garlic when I was at home. Dude, garlic is actually so fucking good for you too. I remember I had this throat infection, and my doctor, she like prescribed me this sulfur solution, and I just randomly the day before I had read an article about how the reason onions and garlic have this like astringent specific smell is because there's a bunch of sulfur in them, and I was like, wait. What if I just eat like raw onion or like a bit of raw onion or a bit of raw garlic? And she's like, oh yeah, that's even better, because then you're not like using some kind of product and whatever. I never complain about too much garlic in anything ever. Yeah, the only problem with garlic is if it's poorly prepared. That is something that does happen. If yeah, there's no such thing as too much garlic. It's more like there's such a thing as it depends if you're like a texture guy, you know. If you don't care about textures, then you know it's all just taste. But no, it's actually not taste. Okay, sorry, I need to finish the sentence. The thing is, if you put garlic into like a stew, if the garlic is getting boiled, all the taste of the garlic will like leave and get dissolved into the food, and then you end up with those like mushy, tasteless chunks of garlic in the food. I am not a fan of that. Like, I'll eat it still. It's okay. I'll eat it. It's just not that great. Hey, Ford, how are you doing? Now, roasted garlic. Oh my fucking god. I had like roasted chicken with like crushed garlic cloves inside with the skin on or whatever. And then you just like the sauce obviously gets really delicious, and then with the cloves you just like fish them out with the sauce, dump them on your pasta or rice or whatever, and you can just like bite into the roasted garlic clove. According to my ex, Vietnamese parents made their kids eat a whole garlic a day for health reasons. I don't know if that's necessary, but if you actually have strep throat, which is what I specifically had at that moment, and it's a bacterial infection and not a viral infection, then unironically, like chewing a raw garlic clove and eating it will help you. The salt, like it will be just like a natural delivery mechanism for like a sulfur spray into your throat to have like an antibacterial effect on the strep throat infection. Not a doctor, by the way. Don't come to me for medical advice. Ooh, I feel like the gain is a little bit high. I don't know how the audio sounds to you, but let's lower it a little bit. A garlic a day keeps the doctor away. Yeah. There's a fine line between browning garlic that makes it disgusting once you cross it. Yeah, maybe that's the thing. Matthew, this is random, but do you work in tech in France? I have, yeah. So I worked as a software engineer here for 4 years, exactly 4 years. Then I then I've been basically on a sabbatical since then. I did one like independent project for some friends, last year. Yeah, I think it was last year. And actually, right now, I might have another project coming up. Some like an ex coworker of my girlfriend potentially needs me to work on a website, and also maybe do some like specialized software for his brother, who has like some kind of warehouse management thing. I haven't yet responded to the email. I need to ask for more details, see what's feasible, get like a rough idea of what the cost would be for the development. But yeah, I'm probably gonna have some more work this year. As a contractor, as an independent, which is pretty cool. Yo, Matic Churl, thanks for the subarino. I appreciate it a lot. Love you. Dude, have you seen Bitcoin? Dude, I fucking saw Bitcoin at 15.3K. I could have bought it, and now it's back to 17K. I don't feel dumb because I've been like watching the charts. I have no fucking way of telling if it's going up or down. I just can't tell. Unless I get some like insider info, there's nothing there. It's like a pure fucking gamble. But I do feel like shit. I could have made so much money, dude. Anyways, it's okay. It's I should just like invest in stocks where like I actually understand the economics behind them. Wait, it's already almost 19K? Fuck. I should have bought it when it was 17K. It's okay. I had strep throat once. It was so bad. Strep throat sucks ass. Or well, we shouldn't suck someone's ass with strep throat, but yeah, it's horrible. I was hedged 50-50 until 1300 Ethereum, and then I went all Ethereum, saw the pump coming. Good on you. Good on you. You could tell. I couldn't. Cool. Can I hit you in the DM sometime in Discord to ask you some questions about the tech scene in France? Absolutely. Yeah, no problem. That's like 10%, not that big. Dude, 10% in like 3 days. That's the thing. Like 10% over a year is already really good earnings, but yeah, it's like, okay, you had a good year, you made 10% on your investments. 10% in 3 days? Like, if you can compound that, you like, if you do 10% every month, you realize that with compounding the interest, at the end of the year, you've just like blasted your investment into the sky. All markets having pumping. Oh, I guess that's what's been going on then. That makes sense. It's just following the market. Didn't Biden have a... But Biden was going to do a speech about inflation too. I hadn't really been following that. But I probably should look into that. I need to like invest some money, especially if the market's recovering. Biden has been too based for life lately. Yes. Daddy Biden. Let's do this. All right, Amazon up 15% in 5 days is my point. Yeah, that's fair enough. I haven't looked at Amazon or like other stonks. But yeah, good. I guess sucks to not have money invested. I should get on that. Anyways, Babka. Yo, okay, I wanted to check this out. It's just like off a random YouTube suggestion, but I'm pretty sure this is a good meme.
Hey, nice cock, bro. Thick, but not too flaccid.
Oh my god.
Perfect length. A nice 80-degree angle. I rated a 8.5 out of
Only 8.5?
Good job, King.
That's actually kind of disappointing. I was expecting a higher score. 80? Yeah, an 80-degree angle, like slightly, you know? Have you seen the menu yet? It's awesome, and remind me of your Amsterdam stream with your brother. Tell him to watch it too if he hasn't yet. Wait, what's the menu? The menu, horror thriller. Oh, this movie. I saw the I saw it in the ads in the subway. Is it? So you're saying it's good?
Is that gonna fit everyone?
Yeah, easily. 12.
Yo, it's the Queen's Gambit girl. She's gonna checkmate the shit out of those other characters.
What are they trying to profit?
$12.50 a head. That's how.
What are we eating, a Rolex?
Oh.
classics.
Oh, dude. Oh, no.
You have to try the mouthfeel of the mignonette.
The mouthfeel.
Tonight will be mad.
Dude, this reminds me of this meme. Oh god, I have to share it with you. It's such a good meme.
Possible.
Welcome to Hawthorne.
Here we are family. We harvest, we ferment, we gel. We gel.
Yeah, dude, the fucking gastronomy restaurants have this obsession with gel. Don't spoil yourself with trailer though. Oof. Okay, look. You're right. Most like production companies do like idiotic trailers where they spoil the whole concept of the movie. I hate that. But I wanted to watch the trailer. Anyways. Oh my god. Bros restaurant review. I'm gonna read it to you. I'm gonna spoon feed this restaurant review to you. Bros in Lecce. We eat at the worst Michelin-starred restaurant ever. There is something to be said about a truly disastrous meal, a meal forever indelible in your memory because it's so uniquely bad it can only be deemed an achievement. The sort of meal where everyone involved was definitely trying to do something. It's just not entirely clear what. I'm not talking about a meal that's poorly cooked, or a server who might be planning your murder. That sort of thing happens in the fat lump of the bell curve of bad. Instead, I'm talking about the long tail stuff, the sort of meals that make you feel as though the fabric of reality is unraveling. The ones that cause you to reassess the fundamentals of capitalism, and whether or not you're living in a simulation in which someone failed to properly program this particular restaurant. The ones where you just know somebody's going to lift a metal dome off a tray and reveal a single blue or red pill. I'm talking about those meals. At some point, the only way to regard that sort of experience, without going mad, is as some sort of community improv theater. You sit in the audience shouting suggestions like, a restaurant, and eating something that resembles food, and the exchange of money for goods, and in this instance the goods are a goddamn meal. All of these suggestions go completely ignored. That is how I've come to regard our dinner at Bros, Lecce's only Michelin-starred restaurant, as a means of preserving what's left of my sanity. It wasn't dinner, it was just dinner theater. No, scratch that, because dinner was not involved. I mean, dinner played a role, the same way Godot played a role in Beckett's eponymous play. The entire evening was about it, and guess what? It never showed. Rand holding up one of the courses, a paper-thin fish cracker in its entirety. So no, we can't call it dinner theater. Instead, we will say it was just theater. Very, very expensive theater. I realize that not everyone is willing or able to afford a ticket to Waiting for Gâteau. This is, Waiting for Godot. Gâteau is cake in French. And so this post exists, to spare you our torment. We had plenty of beautiful meals in Lecce that were not this one, and if you wanted a lovely meal out, I'll compile a list shortly. But for now, let us rehash whatever the hell this was. We headed to the restaurant with high hopes. 8 of us in total, led into a cement cell of a room, Drake pumping through invisible speakers. It was sweltering hot, and no other customers were present. The decor had the off-chicness of an underground bunker, where one would expect to be interrogated for the disappearance of an ambassador's child. Earlier that day, we'd seen a statue of a bear, chiseled into marble centuries ago by someone who had never actually seen a bear. This is the result. And this is a perfect allegory for our evening. It's as though someone had read about food and restaurants, but had never experienced either, and this was their attempt to recreate it. What followed was a 27-course meal, which spanned 4.5 hours and made me feel like I was a character in a Dickensian novel. So I'll skip ahead. I've added the bread plate for scale. This was the largest course of the 27. We got 6 noodles and 1 piece of bread each. Written by who? Not a critic, I'm sure. No, she's like a blogger. She's like a travel blogger, basically. So technically a critic, but more like a autodidactic critic, not like someone in the industry. Amassing 24 of them together amounted to a meal the same way amassing 24 toddlers together amounts to one middle-aged adult. Ooh, what the fuck is this? Some like... Oh wait, I think now that we're zoomed in, I think I kind of understand it. So we got an open mussel shell, inside some kind of mousse, and on top of the mousse, some kind of reconstituted seaweed, I think. Like, this is what a tasting menu is. No, yeah. That is that is a fair remark, jokes. So yes, a tasting menu obviously is very small portions and a lot of different ones. And she is a bit dumb about this, obviously. I'll grant you that. But she does bring up some fair points about there's some weird stuff going on at this restaurant. Please bear with me. I've checked TripAdvisor. Other people who've eaten at Bros were served food. Some of them got meat and ravioli and more than one slice of bread. Some of them were served things that needed to be eaten with forks and spoons. We got a tablespoon of crab. I've tried. I'm gonna skip ahead. A sliver of oyster loaf with foam. But yeah, you're right. This is obviously like a tasting menu. But like teaspoon of olive ice cream. I actually really like. I got to taste this at a gastronomical restaurant. Savory ice cream is actually pretty amazing. There's this one restaurant I'd been to where they did ice cream based off of green pea ice cream. A tablespoon of crab that tasted like an experience and was followed by 26 other dishes. Yeah, and like those 26 tablespoons of food amount to like basically a meal. I don't disagree with you on that. But and I'll grant you that there is a bit of like either on purpose or she really doesn't know what she's talking about when she's like, I'm still not over that, to be over the olive ice cream, to be honest. I thought it was going to be pistachio. Like, come on, you are there to experience something new, right? But now to the like actually fair criticism. The servers will not explain to you what the hell is going on. That is not normal, okay? If you're going to, especially to like a tasting course, a restaurant where that's going to be experimental and really like pushing the limits of what is food, what is a meal, the waiter is supposed to accompany you through that experience. They're not supposed to just like dunk the stuff on the table and let you figure it out. It's totally normal. There are tons of restaurants that do this. I guess apparently it's not my experience. The next step is the waiters just start lying to you. But I think that criticism is fair. Rand tries to figure out what part of this dish is edible. He cannot. They will not do this in Italian. They will not do this in English. They will not play Pictionary with you on the blank newspaper as a means of communicating what you are eating. On the rare occasion where they did offer an explanation for a dish, it did not help. These are made with rancid ricotta, their server said. A tiny fried cheese ball in front of each of us. I'm sorry, did you say rancid? You mean fermented, aged? No, rancid. To be fair, this is like a mistaken translation, probably in Italian, rancido or whatever. Rancido, he clarified, yeah. That's a bit ridiculous. If the tasting menu is different every day and you're asked about allergies before reserving, the surprise is part of it. Well, I'm coming to it. Okay, spoiler alert. They chose not to accommodate the client's allergies. Another course, a citrus foam, was served in a plaster cast of the chef's mouth. Absent utensils, we were told to lick it out of the chef's mouth. Wait, now that I'm reading this again, I'm actually realizing, shit, jokes, like, maybe you're like changing my mind slightly about it. They were told how to appreciate this meal, though it's really fucking gross. It's an experience, let's say. We were told to lick it out of the chef's mouth in the scene that, like, they made a mold. They made a mold of the chef's mouth in plaster that you have to lick the the citrus foam out of. It's meant to be a freak show. This is absolutely a freak show, yeah. And you're right, this is the intention. Like the weirdness is intentional. I'll agree with you on that. Yeah. Okay. When a member of our party stood up during the lengthy stretch of between courses to have a cigarette outside, they were scolded to sit down. When one member of our party was served nothing for 3 consecutive courses because they couldn't figure out how to accommodate her food allergies. Now this is just like no restaurant should ever struggle to accommodate food allergies. Now, obviously, they prepare the tasting course in advance, so it is on them to like ask about the allergies in when the reservation is made. And if the reservation, I guess, is made online, it is up to the clients to actually inform them. Maybe it's the client's fault here and not like warning them about the allergies, but I'm not sure about that one. When Rand was served food he was allergic to repeatedly because he didn't care enough to accommodate his allergies, like that's actually fucked up. When a server reprimanded me for eating, these were constituted orange slices, 1 per person, were a course. I asked if I could eat the real orange that had been served alongside it. Yes, the server said, annoyed, but you aren't really supposed to. He let me have 2 segments and then whisked the fruit away. Like, that's ridiculous, okay? Like, it's what Gordon Ramsay says in Hell's Kitchen. If you're gonna put something on the plate, it's part of the meal. If someone wants to eat it, obviously they're free to eat it. If you put a fucking orange on the table and people want to eat the orange, let them eat the orange, you know? That is ridiculous. Personally, I'm not on the restaurants team. I know, man, allergies are a serious thing. It's like we don't know if they're properly warned about the allergies, but they should be asking, especially if you're doing like a tasting course. I've been to tasting course restaurants, and they ask you, do you have any dietary requirements? Do you have any allergies? And they will accommodate them. They just will. That's their fucking job. That's why you're paying like extra to go to like a special restaurant, right? I think there's no excuse for the allergy stuff. The other stuff, yeah, you like have a point, and there's no excuse for like shaming someone for eating like an edible part of the meal. That is just ridiculous. All right. Anyways, moving on. In any case, this blog post is written in a funny way. The food allergy stuff is bad. The rest is up to personal taste. Yeah, that's fair enough. How long do you think he was prototyping the mouth dish? I don't know. I agree with you that's intentional, but it's definitely a weird intention. Okay, we can go with that. All right. There is a video I wanted to watch the other day. That is not the Mr. Beast interview on Lex Friedman. I need to find it again. Here, let me. I can't wait to have to sip the wine out of the actual chef's mouth. Oh, dude, imagine. No, even better. I'm not. I'm not awarding a Michelin star to any restaurant unless the chef themselves come up to my table and chew the food and then spit it into my mouth for me. Okay, that's the level of service I expect, considering the cost of the plates in those places. That would be a concept. Not very COVID friendly, but still, it would be a concept. All right, let me find I had a window with like the stuff I wanted to check out. Okay, some of it's here. Don't think that's like particularly stream friendly. Is it here? No. Oh, crap. I lost my... Michelin stars are awarded based on how far you should drive for the experience. And a star means it's worth a trip. I'd say that meal is just as good as a concert. I mean... if that's the experience you want to have, then that is the place to go to. That's true. That's true for sure. I don't think. I do think that Michelin stars in general are overrated. Obviously, it depends on what kind of experience you want, but this whole like glorification of the Michelin star doesn't always make sense. At least I don't have that much experience with Michelin stars, but the one restaurant I did go to that had a Michelin star, like the food was good, but it wasn't better than other like really good restaurants I'd been to, and you're paying a premium for the star. It was in Amsterdam, and like there were a couple restaurants I'd been to during that trip that were way better and cheaper. So like why even go there? Not that once again, not that it was bad. It was still good food. Fuck. I did prepare for this stream, but I was like preparing stuff related to the hardware and sound. Okay, what did I? Oh yeah, the Andrew Callaghan stuff. That's what I wanted to check out. All right, let me just find the links again. Oh, this is like some Pat Metheny style guitar. Alrighty. There was this. Alright, let's get into the Andrew Callaghan memes. That's what we're gonna do. All Andrew Callaghan allegations summarized. So for those who haven't been following this drama, I shouldn't call it drama, it's more than that. It's serious allegations. Andrew Callaghan, our beloved, well, my beloved, I do like what he's done on YouTube and stuff. The guy from Channel 5. Channel 5 with Andrew Callaghan. Can I just... yeah, there we go. Andrew Callaghan is accused of sexual misconduct by multiple people, allegedly. So I wanted to go over this, mostly, honestly, just for myself. And I figured, well, if I'm going to do it anyways, I might as well do it on stream and we can go over it together. I want to understand whether those allegations are credible and whether they are serious. And yeah, see what's going on, because I like his content and I like what he's done. I like what he represented up until this point, obviously. So new information has come in that this 2020 DM, most recent updates, right? There's like, god damn it, it's like in non-chronological order. Okay, I guess we'll just read the post from top to bottom. 2020 DM, what is this? Open image, new tab. What I didn't... okay, so I have no clue what the context is here. What I didn't realize, yeah, I'm assuming that's Andrew Callaghan. Andrew Callaghan went to school with me in my freshman year, raped an underage girl in Seattle, and was a total creep to a bunch of other girls at my friend's high school in Seattle. Hung out with him once my freshman year when I was still 17, and he aggressively came on to me even after I told him no multiple times, and then tried to kiss me and get me to go back to his place even after that I told him I was uncomfortable. Then he tried following me and my roommate home in the dark. Piece of fucking garbage. Is that this image is a message from her years ago telling the same story, lol? And activate Windows. Okay, that's super fucked up. We are definitely on the... this is hella fucked up. This is hella serious level. This is not some, like, half-assed, like, miscommunicated stuff. That's like, straight out sexual assault. Further info also clarified that this incident took place in 2017, not 2019 as previously thought. Okay, it goes back a couple of years, but it's not that old. Update, I had previously stated that this happened in 2019. It was actually 2017. When I was told this story, I was never given dates, just ages. Okay, I'm assuming OK_glove48 is the person who leaked that screenshot, probably. As for Andrew's age, he obviously wasn't 22, but my partner maintains he led her to believe he was. To be frank, she was confused when I brought it up to her because she couldn't imagine he wasn't at least 21, considering everything that happened. At the very least, he must have had a fake ID as he was buying them drinks. Which is, my understanding is that's pretty normal in the US to have a fake ID when you're like around between 18 and 21. Most people do. A new thread has surfaced on H3H3 Productions, accusing not just Andrew, again, of sexual assault, but also his producer, Evan. Oof. Is there a link to the thread? Yep, it's this one. I wouldn't say most do, but most have one or know someone with one, lol. Oh, that's NSFW. Okay, let me veto the picture, see if I can actually... Oh, it's a text. Okay. Andrew allegations are true, as painful as that is. From user Pour It Up 679. As all the victims come forward and I see constant cycles of victim blaming continue to perpetuate, I feel that it is my job to come forward and say that I also had a similar experience with Andrew. Before people come for me, I can message the mods with proof that I met him, texts with our plans, everything that proves that we did in fact meet several times. Oof. I was a fan, and when I saw on Instagram that he was in my city, I DM'd him and he asked me to hang out. We hung out one night, had a good time, nothing sexual happened beyond kissing, and I felt comfortable seeing him again. I told him multiple times that I was not wanting to have sex or do anything that night, and he listened. Okay. A few days later, we made plans to hang out again. After a while, he asked me to come into the RV, and I did. At this time, he started kissing me and asked me to have sex with him. I repeatedly stated that I didn't know if I wanted to, and that I really didn't think I wanted to have sex. He continued to pressure me and asked me to blow him or have sex with him. As a survivor of many sexual assaults, I started to hope that if I just blew him, it would stop. While I did that, he called one of the men he worked with to tell him he needed a condom. He then continued to ask me to have sex until I gave in. After so many requests, I felt it was the only option. I remember dissociating, hoping it would just end soon. After, I felt so uncomfortable about the situation. I saw him again, hoping that I would feel better about the situation. Eventually, I talked to my friends about how I did not want to have sex, and was supported. I was so embarrassed, as I was a huge fan and couldn't believe it had gone so wrong. I don't think Andrew is an irredeemable person after all this, as I think accountability and change is important. But the victim blaming is too much, and I was stunned yesterday to get a text from my friend that others were saying he did the same to them. I don't doubt that this post will face the same scrutiny, but I felt I should come forward for the others that had been so re-traumatized by those who chose to call survivors liars. Edit. I'm overwhelmed by the sheer amount of support by many of you. It means a lot to me, and I won't forget it. I'm a big member of this community and on my main account, and it was so special to see the grace and kindness given to survivors in prior situations. I messaged the H3H3 mods to send my texts and photo proof, as I do not want to be doxxed, as this post is now being reported in online news articles. When they get back to me, I will update. In regards to the slut-shaming comments, I don't know what to say really beyond I hope you learn more about assault and rape culture before continuing to attack others. Alright. This is from 2 days ago. I don't know if the mods vetted the receipts yet. Is there a way of showing like mod messages only in the thread? Okay, I'm not doing that. But that seems pretty credible. I'm assuming the H3 subreddit mods do their job checking the receipts. And also his producer, Evan. Okay, there's something in the comments as well here. From someone else, user BrightKey7. I'm so sorry and 100% believe your account of what happened. I had something extremely similar happen with his producer slash cameraman, Evan. I was invited out with Andrew and the crew after going to one of the live shows where they proceeded to get me drunk to the point where I blacked out. They all saw Evan carry me home, passed out, and did not step in to do anything or stop it. Next thing I knew, I came to, and he was groping me and touching me in places I was not comfortable with. I said no multiple times, and he kept trying to coerce me and grabbing my hand and head and trying to force me to give him head or a hand job. I kept saying no, and he only stopped when I started crying. He got visibly uncomfortable and ran out of my apartment. It was extremely traumatic and makes all of these allegations about his best friend Andrew easy to believe, Imo. Jeez. Yeah. Jesus. Okay. Still sexual assault. Good thing he stopped when she started crying, but still sexual assault. The moment you I was gonna say the moment you stop is the moment when they say no, but if they're passed out, there's no consent. Why just don't even start? It actually already was assault, even when she woke up and said no because she wasn't conscious. Also, a small fix. I mistakenly mentioned in her story that Moldy Freckle had to physically kick him to get him off of her at one point, but I misread her comment. She actually wrote that she had to physically kick him out of the car. And sometimes you'll just freeze and be unable to say no. I mean, it sucks to have to say it, to put it this way, but if there is a consensual intimacy established, like consensually kissing and touching each other, and then you need to say no, but you're unable to say it when the person non-vocally escalates. And when I say no, I mean it can be also physically saying no, like pushing them away, etc. If you just freeze, then you shouldn't be putting yourself in that situation. Yeah, I know that's the Destiny take, but in that specific scenario, it's true. Isn't that what the first situation was? Where's my money? The first situation, no. In the first situation, she had expressed. Let me reread it. I repeatedly stated I did not know if I wanted to, and that I really didn't think I wanted to have sex. She did say no. She did say no, and he insisted and pushed her boundaries. Just because she said, I'm not sure and I don't think I want to, just because it's in non-definitive language does not mean it's not a no. That's not what I was saying. This is clearly a no to me. This is clearly you should, take it easy, back off. The next line, he continued to pressure me and asked me to blow him or have sex with him. And yes, she relented to his pressure. And she did end up expressing consent, even though she didn't want to consent. And that is problematic on some level, but the reality is he shouldn't have insisted. You shouldn't you shouldn't insist if the other person is expressing discomfort. And ask. There was a no opportunity, but not Team Andrew, but it's hard to understand. Well, he did ask. But the way she's describing it, it's not it doesn't sound like he asked once. It sounds like she uses the word pressure me. He continued to pressure me. If he asked once and she was no, and then he backed off, then that would be fine, right? She says, I don't really want to have sex. And he's like, well, would you be down for a blowjob? And she says no. And he's like, okay. Boom, end of scenario. Then that's not sexual assault. That's fine. That's a normal vocalized negotiation. I'm just saying she never says no. She doesn't say the word no literally in her story, but she clearly says she does not want to have sex. I don't know. I guess it's not clear. It's not clear. If he only asked once, and then she said okay, then sure, you're right. If she said I don't want to have sex, he said okay, could you give me a blowjob? And she's like no, and then he like keeps making out like come on, please, come on, give me a blowjob. Then that is bad. Even if in the end she says yes, that is not really the correct behavior in that situation. Yeah, but he puts two options she's not comfortable with. Yeah. Well, that's not great either. But that's not really the problem here. In my opinion. Plus, the thing that's pretty terrible here, when I was talking about pushing boundaries, you can see it in the sequence of events. I start to hope that if I just blew him, it would stop. So she starts giving him oral sex. While I did that, he called one of the men he worked with to tell him he needed a condom. So while she gives in a little bit and like, okay, I'll do the blowjob and it'll stop there. He's already setting up to break the next boundary, which is to have sex, by asking for a condom. That is not cool behavior when the conversation started with, I really didn't think I wanted to have sex. That is coercive behavior. He then continued to ask me to have sex until I gave in. He asked multiple times. She refused multiple times, and he just kept asking until she relented. That is, like, sure, that's not like violent, holding the arms down sexual assault, but that is still assault. Just because it's like softer doesn't mean doesn't mean her boundaries and her consent were respected. They were not. This is the thing is, this is typically at least my understanding. This is exactly the kind of behavior that feminism calls rape culture. It is the like pushing until they relent. Ethan Klein update. Oh, wait, there was the correction. I mistakenly mentioned that Moldy Freckle had to physically kick him to get him off of her at one point, but I misread her comment. She actually wrote that she had to physically kick him out of the car. Okay. Ethan Klein update. According to Ethan Klein of H3H3, he messaged Andrew regarding the allegations. Ethan said that Andrew admitted to having relations with the girls, presumably referring to Cornbread Casserole and Moldy Freckle. This confirms he knew them and had sexual relations with them. Based on the context of the conversation, it sounds like he has admitted to the assaults, but I'll leave it up to you to decide. Audio of Ethan is below. Uh-oh. They should just always have a refuse all button. Okay, save settings.
So, first I just wanted to make sure that...
Yes? What? Okay, I'm just gonna download the file. This is not working. Desktop. Again, I agree that Andrew is vile. I'm just saying I don't know how to define sexual assault / rape. Well, I guess the thing that's not to mention, because it's, you don't, like, people don't want to slide into the weird, like, rape apology, or like, fucking alt-right MRA take, is that not all sexual assaults are necessarily as bad or as coercive as each other. But I do think that's a fact. I don't know, to take like an extreme example, you can murder someone like in a painless way, or you can torture them. And oh no, I gotta tune out for a sec. I can't listen to the Zumfuck. Or you can torture them for hours and then let them bleed out. Like, both are murder, but one of them is much more heinous than the other. You've caused a lot more pain than the other. So like, even with very horrible bad stuff, you can still have degrees of how bad it is, I guess. And that's something that's really rough to like properly talk about, I guess, because because what feminists have had to deal with for years was people minimizing sexual assault and minimizing it in a way in order to dismiss it. So usually the person who would talk about the nuances between like, well, this case of sexual assault is less bad than this other case of sexual assault would do that only in order to dismiss that other case of the first case, and be like, okay, that wasn't real sexual assault. That doesn't actually matter, and they're making a mountain out of a molehill, because it's being used in this way to like dismiss very legitimate problems. People don't really want to hear that, which is also understandable. Fate, I don't. I think what I just said was pretty reasonable. Obviously, because I believe in it, but
So, first, I just wanted to make sure that
yeah, I can't.
he told
boost
me
it
he
more.
was like at a psych ward. He was not doing well, and he was having panic attacks and stuff. And I first of
Andrew Callaghan, I guess he's talking about.
all wanted to make sure that he was safe, that he wasn't going to hurt himself, that he was with people that cared about him. Obviously, I don't want him to die. I'm hoping none of y'all think he should die for this, do you? And so I did confirm that he's doing okay. So that
Okay. So this is not a recording of Ethan's conversation with Andrew. This is a recording of Ethan talking about his conversation with Andrew, that he did a welfare check on him, and to make sure he wasn't going to self-harm because of the allegations. And let's see.
relief to me. Again, I'm not defending him, and I believe those victims 100% since they came out with their videos. So what was I saying? So, well, what I was going to say before y'all jumping to conclusions is that he confirmed what they're saying is true. Okay? Y'all fucking, you know what I mean? He confirmed that he knew the girls and that he had encounters with them. So, right out the bat, you know what I mean? He was pretty open, and basically that's what I wanted to hear, right? Like he confirmed that this stuff basically happened.
Those are two different things. Oh God, sometimes I fucking hate Ethan. Those are two different things, right? Confirming that that you did indeed have relationships with those women is not the same as confirming their story. Those are completely different things. Okay, so so Andrew, what we do know for sure is that Andrew confirmed that he did have relations with those women. Cornbread Asserol story. On January 5th, TikTok user Cornbread Asserol posted a TikTok accusing Andrew of sexual coercion, sexual assault. Yeah, I guess going into the semantics of like the story earlier, I guess you could call it more sexual coercion than sexual assault, because in assault there's an idea of like violent physicality. Maybe we can like do that semantic distinction, but I don't know. What city did this happen in? Okay, so those are TikTok comments. He was visiting St. Petersburg, Florida. I know he went to school in Louisiana, and there's girls there with similar stories. Oh, fuck, I liked him. I'm so sorry. Thank you. I did too. Not like that. I thought he was cool, and that's how we became friends, and why I trusted him in my home. He assaulted a friend of mine as well. Can you message me, please? I'm so sorry this has happened to me as well, with multiple people. Coercion is not consent. Isn't he sober? Wait, let me just scroll it up so you can... Stupid ass. You can, like, read the message. Isn't he sober? So you were drunk and he wasn't? He was drinking that night as well. Not sure if he's sober now. Obviously. This was in March of 2021. Okay. She doesn't talk much about their relationship prior to this night, but just says she liked him, thought he was cool, and wanted to be friends with him. This night, while the two were at a dive bar, Andrew said he had a falling out with his crew members and he needed a place to stay for the night. Cornbread Asserole said she would let him sleep over at her place, but she made it clear that she did not want anything sexual to happen between them. I've had that happen. During COVID lockdown. It wasn't lockdown. It was when there was a curfew. I remember I once went on during the curfew time. I went on a date with at this girl's house, and I arrived. We talk. We just talk for a couple hours, and then it's past curfew, and she's just like open and honest about it. Like, hey, you're cool and all, but I don't want to have sex, and you can't go back home, so you can crash on the couch, but just know nothing's happening. And I was like, okay, cool. I slept on the couch, There, that's what you're supposed to do. However, once they got home, at one point during the night, he gets in her bed and begins repeatedly asking her for sex, not taking no for an answer. Eventually, she finally says yes, or as she describes it, he wore me down, and it was fight or flight, and I couldn't control my body anymore, and I froze. She also states while both were drunk that night, Andrew seemed to be purposefully trying to get her to overtly drunk and bought her a lot of tequila while at the dive bar. Oh yeah, that's the comments. Okay. She had tried to come out with the story earlier, but Andrew texted her and said it would ruin his life if she did come out. He also if this is true, he knew right away he fucked up. I mean, fuck. If this was a one-off thing, nothing fixes the harm he did to her, but I would be willing to concede, for example, that, okay, he was drunk too, and he fucked up. Sometimes people do really bad stuff when they're drunk that they wouldn't normally do. Doesn't excuse it. He still deserves all the shit he's getting, but okay, maybe he's capable of being a better person. But there's multiple of those stories at this point. If you know it's bad, stop doing it. Get some self-control. He also apparently texted/gaslit her with his own completely different view of that night, which is obviously very frustrating to read after such a traumatic event. In a later TikTok, as evidence she has been with Andrew, she posts a pic of the two together, and also a screenshot of their Instagram DMs. Alright, this is them together. This is a screenshot of the TikTok. And a screenshot of the DMs. LeMayo Mersha, can't wait to see what you got. Oh, yeah, I'm in St. Pete. Who should I kick it with? Me. You're home? I'm solo, just walking around. Yes, I just walked in the door. What part of St. Pete are you at? Up north. Text me. Hey, can we just go see the TikToks? If he did come out and acknowledge it and try to rectify it, that'd be the best for everyone. But him trying to hide it and continuously doing it is fucked up. Yeah. Yeah. I agree with you that is the best. That is the best. I wouldn't be surprised if she privated her. Yeah. Cause Yeah. She's got to be under a shit ton of harassment with all this shit. I'm not sure. I was kind of expecting this. And apparently people did duet stitches so we can still get the original video, which is kind of fucked up, but okay. But yeah, okay. Let me put it this way: him guilt tripping the woman into not going public with this story is fucked up. Him asking her not to go public, and I can understand, it's just pure like self-preservation. If I was in that situation, and especially if I genuinely felt bad for what I did, and I was like, shit, I'm never doing this again, I fucked up, I would probably write, hey, I'm sorry, I fucked up, and you know, if you go public with it, that's cool. That's your prerogative. If you don't, I would appreciate it, I guess. I think trying to like put it in a more neutral way instead of this like, you're gonna ruin my career, please don't, and like kind of guilt tripping, that is kind of fucked up. But I don't hate on the fact of like asking, like, please don't, you know what I mean? Him asking is fine if he shows that he knows he fucked up and tried to better himself and rectify this issue. Yeah, exactly. But then there's all those other stories, so it seems like he just pressured her and didn't change. Yeah, exactly. And that's what I don't like here.
I never in a million years thought that I would be making this video, and I'm shaking because I never in a million years thought that I...
Ooh, fuck. Yeah. A lot of dudes are defending this because they use the same tactics that Andrew uses. People misunderstand. Dudes are using coercion, not because they don't know any better. They know it's bad, but use it because it's extremely successful in getting what they want. I think there's some truth to it. Honestly, like in my personal sexual education, it sadly took me multiple experiences to learn that like negotiating and asking multiple times and all those like coercive behaviors are bad, and it's fucked up. Like it was fucked up what I did in those situations as well. And I do think it's true that a lot of dudes, they read those stories and they're like either they take a hard look at themselves and they realize they did some fucked up stuff, or they go in denial and they're going to defend it because otherwise they would have to admit that they fucked up themselves. So I think there's a lot of truth to the like text someone added to this video. I also appreciate that they didn't like, because she made her account private. I appreciate that they didn't like put in the whole clip if she doesn't want the clips out there, I guess. The second woman who was an ex is super believable, the one that drove him home. Oh, you mean the second one that came out? I haven't seen the other stories. Oh, I haven't gone through all the stories yet. Still working my way through because I'm like clicking on all the links and receipts to see what's
in regards to the whole Andrew Callaghan situation. This is the last time that I'm going to be talking about it.
Before I give my thoughts on this circumstance, please check out this person's videos and hear what they have to say about their experiences with Andrew, and then come back and watch this. I know it sucks to hear a dude talk about stuff like this and share his opinion, but I'm going to do that because I feel like it's actually valuable. I feel like the thoughts I'm having, I'm not seeing other people say right now. I want to start out by saying
okay, also same thing. He respects the fact he didn't like stitch her video in. We're seeing respect of the fact that she took down her own videos, probably because of harassment, so good on him.
Do you believe the victim in this circumstance?
Though it does suck to get the context of the story. For sure, though. I was surprised to hear a lot of dudes ask for receipts. It's a bit lame. Yeah, it is true that sometimes there are false accusations, though obviously I think it's pretty obvious that the ratio of false accusations to real accusations is, like, statistically, you probably should just believe when accusations come out. and then what is like 5% chance maybe that someone's making something up or there's something being misunderstood, but usually it's not the case. So I agree. But that being said, it's still good to have the receipts. Like there's it's just objectively good, right? It's more credibility for the stories. Makes it so, like you're saying, when people are simping for the guy, you can hit him right back like, hey, look, there are those DMs, there are those photos, everything's like shit's backed up. It's not like that sentence can have another meaning. The story is back. There's backing to the story, right? Hence making a situation out of this. Yeah, and it sucks for the victims. That's the real problem, right? You're already dealing with the trauma of the sexual coercion or sexual assault. You're dealing with the trauma of having to go public with it, and you're dealing with the harassment on top of it. And now you also have to like go straight into the nitty-gritty details of what happened and lay it all out to bear in public. I agree. Then the second one described an evening, and she came from a place of strength. Like she didn't need to come out, but came out to back up this woman's claim. That is good, and that's something that happens a lot with those kinds of stories. Is once one woman goes public, the other women are like, oh shit, like like you're saying, we need to back her up. We need to show that she's not alone. And also, I think it's a place of safety for them as well. Like, shit, now is our time to have our voice be heard, and people realize that there are victims of this person. That's something happening more and more nowadays, yeah. Super believable, and like, what receipts can you show when you drove drunk due to home from a bar? Yeah, and... All right, so those were the Insta DMs. She also posts a bunch of accusatory DMs she's collected from about 10 different people that have felt comfortable coming out to her. More on those at the bottom. So we have, unfortunately for us, we don't have Cornbread Asserol's story. She removed it from TikTok. But we have other people's account of her story when it was still public. And she also made public the stories of 10 different people who confided in her. That will be told further in this post. Moldy Freckle's story. A couple days later, another woman, Moldy Freckle, posted her video on TikTok. Her story starts on January 29th, 2019. Okay, let's see if we can get the original story, I guess. Oh, those are... Maybe she hasn't made her profile private, though she probably has as well. Moldy Freckle. Oh, seems like she is still public. Okay, part 1. All right. All her videos are public. Let's check it out.
So,
get it straight from the source.
Since I've commented on Caroline's TikTok or Cornbread Asserol's TikTok, I've noticed a lot of people have been viewing my profile, which makes sense because everyone's probably trying to figure out what's going on. And, you know, it seems like people need more details, which I get, even though it's really hard. Like, I'm physically shaking right now. I'm going to do it. I'm not going to let Caroline be dragged through the mud alone. I don't give a fuck what y'all have to say to me. Y'all are randoms on the internet. I'm a random on the internet. But just keep in mind, Andrew...
Proof in that she kept her videos up. Like, I don't know if you guys noticed, it's like hundreds of thousands of views on her videos. And... like, I'm getting mad, wacky, anti-Semitic comments with, like, a 20,000 view video. I can't imagine the harassment she's getting. It's basically the same responses that cause many women to not speak out about stuff like this. Yeah, absolutely. And I figured some of the men talking about it would have been aware of that dynamic. I think this is the ex-girlfriend. Okay, we shall see soon enough.
On the internet that you probably don't know. So I will be posting my story later once I can fully articulate what I want to...
Okay, next clip.
Okay, so as I said in my last TikTok, I'm going to
Do notice though, she did turn off the comments on her videos, which is a very, very good choice in this situation, honestly.
be talking about what happened between me and Andrew Callaghan. But I want to start off by saying that I wouldn't have been able to do this without Caroline posting that TikTok first. Honestly, she gave me the opportunity to feel comfortable enough to actually show my face.
Yeah, this is what I was talking about.
A bunch of strangers online about something very personal that's happened to me.
Yeah, how like once one person steps forward, it looks like it's sudden. It always looks like from the outside like this chain effect, and it's exactly what she described for a lot of victims. From what I've read, they suddenly it's like, oh shit, like yeah, now now I can have my story be heard.
I had actually posted about it publicly, about you know, what happened between me and Andrew the day before Caroline posted her TikTok, because I didn't really know where else to talk about it that would reach, you know, more people than just my close friends. I don't have a really big following on any social media. I keep a lot of accounts private because of my professional life. And yeah, but I just want to, you know, say thank you to Caroline first off. She was, you know, there was positive, supportive comments
I just
on
noticed
her posts.
sick T-shirt.
You know, then
I love
someone
Queens
took
of the
her
Stone
post and
Age.
posted on Reddit, and then everyone is having a heyday with it. You know, saying hurtful things and not believing her, which really hurts. And I know that really hurt her. And so I'm not gonna let someone else go through this alone. Like, if y'all want to shit talk about somebody, you can do it about me. You can say mean shit to me. I really don't care what you have to say, because
And mad respect to her attitude. Like
the truth right now. And
like yesterday on stream, at some point we were talking about courage. Man, this is courage. Okay, she sees the shitstorm that this other woman is subjected to, and she steps up. What's up? Why are we covering the Andrew meme? Because I haven't followed it at all, and I figured if I was gonna look through it and make an opinion on Andrew Callaghan's behavior, I might as well do it on stream. So here we are now. Sorry for the heavy subject. It is like the allegations we've gone through until now are actually pretty fucking serious. So it's not a fun topic. I guess that's what I'm apologizing for. And if you've already been through them, then yeah. But here we are.
I don't care what you believe, but I want you know, other women who he's affected to feel comfortable about talking about it. I'm not saying they have to talk about it, but to realize that, you know, this isn't your fault. This isn't an isolated event. This is a pattern that this guy has, and your feelings are valid, and whatever happened to you is valid. Okay, so now the main thing is that, you know, people are like, where's the evidence? Where's the proof?
Yeah, the receipts we're talking about.
You know, with sexual assault and things like that, it's kind of hard to provide proof unless, like, you get raped and go to the emergency room and get a rape kit right after. I don't know.
Just film your bedroom constantly, forehead. Do the fucking what are they called? The dash cams. Put a dash cam in your bedroom. That's literally the only way. Like, at some point, that's the only way you can have incontrovertible proof. I thought he straight up admitted it, which is why I was confused. So I haven't yet been through all the stuff, Nept, but what I saw was Ethan Klein having a very confusing 1 minute ramble, talking about his phone convo with Andrew Callaghan. What Ethan Klein says in that convo is he says that Andrew admits to the to having met all those women and to having had intercourse with them, or like intimate situations with them. And Ethan Klein says something to the effect of like he seems to be open and admitting everything, but I know the way. Okay, I can replay it for you since you just showed up. To me, it's not very clear what Ethan Klein is saying.
So,
like this is Ethan Klein's
first, I just
statement
wanted to make sure that.
Sorry, it's a bit quiet.
He told me he was like at a psych ward. He was not doing well, and he was having panic attacks and stuff.
So he starts talking because he did a welfare check on
Wanted
Andrew.
to make sure that he was safe, that he wasn't going to hurt himself, that he was with people that cared about him. Obviously, I don't want him to die. I'm hoping none of y'all think he should die for this, do you? And so I did confirm that he's doing okay. So that was a relief to me. Again, I'm not defending him, and I believe those victims 100% since they came out with their videos. So what was I saying? So, well, what I was going to say before y'all jumping to conclusions is that he confirmed what they're saying is true.
Okay, so this sentence is like right. That's there's no doubt, right? What he just said. But then he keeps on talking.
Okay, y'all fucking, you know what I mean? He confirmed that he knew the girls and that he had encounters with them. So,
but then he says something different. He says he confirmed that he knew the girls and that he had encounters with them. Like those, you get why I'm confused. Those are two different sentences. Admitting that he met the girls and that he had encounters with, that he knew the girls and that he had encounters with them, is not the same as admitting that then those encounters became situations of sexual coercion and or sexual assault. And I'll play it until the end, but to me it's really not clear what Ethan is saying in this second part.
Right out the bat, you know what I mean? He was pretty open, and basically that's what I wanted to hear, right? Like he confirmed that this stuff basically happened.
And then he says that he confirmed that this stuff basically happened, but by this stuff, does he mean the encounters or the stories, the exact stories, the way they have been publicized? I'm sorry, I'm not sure. I'm not like, this is not me. This is like me being genuinely confused. I'm not trying to like nuance bro both sides or whatever. I'm just like actually confused by what Ethan Klein said, because like just the language to me is not very clear. We can wait and find out probably. Yeah, I'm assuming if Ethan is saying the truth when he says that he admitted to everything, then there's no reason he want to go public with the confession, right? Then you're right. We'll just find out. And if what he's doing is the Weasley, like, yes, I had the encounters, but no, I didn't do any misconduct in the encounters, then he'll also go public with that statement. So regardless, we will hear it from Andrew Callaghan what his actual position is, right? Does he mean pressuring multiple women to have sex after they said no multiple times? Yeah, like that's what we care about. Not obviously it's important that he admits to having met those women in the first place as well. But yeah, I'm guessing he confirmed he had sexual relations. That's the way I'm hearing it. What I'm hearing from Ethan is confirmation that the encounters happened, not that the sexual misconduct happened. But we will see. You're right.
Why y'all think that we would have receipts for experiences. But anyways, here I am backing up my girl Caroline because you know, it's already a really difficult thing to talk about. And, you know, some people are like, well, why are you just now coming out with this, that he has a HBO Max special?
Classic.
So I will say personally,
and this is exactly why in many Western countries, the statute of limitation on sexual assault has been pushed back a lot, because those cases, it's very, very, very hard to do things the right way for the police, for the investigation, for the court, right after it happened. Most victims, or at least a lot of victims, I don't know if most or not, but a lot of victims end up in situations where they cannot go to court, go to the police, or go public with the allegations right away, and or they try to, and then it doesn't work out, and it's only 15 years later when some other allegations come out that they can finally be like, hey, by the way, this guy's been a predator for all this time. Actually, I had this problem all this time ago, and I just got fired for it when I tried to do something about it. So yeah, asking why it didn't go public earlier is kind of a dumb question, unless you're like really young and ignorant of how those things work. It's kind of a dumb question. Yeah, it's a tough thing to make content out of, but given who Andrew is, it feels connected to this community in a way. I feel connected to it on a personal. This is super parasocial of me, especially to put it in those words. But I do feel connected to it because I feel connected to his content. I love his content, and like I said earlier, I was gonna go through this anyways, and look, on the one hand, yes, I'm making content out of it, but on the other hand, I'm another male voice who's gonna speak out about sexual assault. I don't think there's always this question when making content out of something that's really, really serious like this. Am I doing the right thing? Am I being exploitative? And I don't think it's wrong to add another voice in the fray. As long as the voice, as long as what I'm voicing is true to my ethics, I don't think there's anything wrong with it. On the contrary. That's not why I hate it. I hate it because the viewer has no opportunity to draw a conclusion. Oh, in with regards to like he said, she said situations. I get you. Yeah. If that's what you mean, yeah.
I ignored him, blocked him from my life, ignored everything that he was doing after.
I guess the one thing I would say, I understand also if you're like, you know, I don't care who Andrew Callaghan is, or like you're saying, just take it to court. I don't have like the time or the energy to like deal with this. For me personally, I'm like, the least I could do is listen to the victims, read their stories, and maybe I'll come out of it with an opinion. Maybe I'll come out of it like you, be like, okay, like this shit needs to go to court. I can't sort it out in my head. But regardless, like I said, I was going to go through this anyways. I feel the need to. The court of public opinion is totally unfair, and that's where it is now. Yeah, and even court can be unfair, so obviously the court of public opinion is another thing.
What occurred to me. And this was, I'm gonna estimate, about 3 years ago. This was when he was living in New Orleans. Anyways, the thing is, this is not the worst thing that has happened to me. I've experienced worse. Most women experience some type of sexual abuse or assault in their lifetime more than once. So my previous coping mechanism for that was to ignore them. forget about it, never think about it again. It kind of fades away in your memory. I tried to do that with Andrew. I don't even know what Channel 5 is. I knew him first from Quarter Confessions. But yeah, I would see like a snippet of a video of him or something, and I would immediately just like scroll away from it. So I actually had no idea how popular he was becoming. But when I went on my HBO Max to
that's a pretty rough thing too when we're talking about celebrities. Andrew Callaghan's videos get millions of views within like a week or two of him publishing it. He like gets interviews. I would be surprised if he hasn't been on like national TV. Maybe he has, maybe he hasn't. I don't know. I'm just assuming. Like it's one thing if your aggressor is a nobody, and like she says, you're like, okay, I'm gonna move on. I'm gonna be a survivor. I'm gonna do my thing, and I'm gonna forget about this. But like, if everywhere you go, you see that guy's face, that's super fucked up.
And fucking the new Sex and the City season, which sucks, by the way. But that's why it's great. You know, fucking this dude's creepy ass face or animated face is on my TV. Like, this dude has a fucking HBO Max special? Nah. I can no longer ignore it. And I'm not gonna fucking put up with this.
Like, I think he did it, but I don't think he's a Tate. Well, going back to the previous point from like 20 minutes earlier, yeah, like not all sexual misconduct is the same. I think I'm triggered by the endless defending based on the content he makes. I haven't really watched this stuff, so I'm less invested and feel it's weird to see respectable people do the hella doubt thing. Yeah. Look, the funny thing there's a huge hypocrisy. The same people who are going to defend him are going to throw out stuff like, you got to separate the work from the author. Like, you know, you can appreciate a Polanski film, but still condemn him for the pedophilia. Or you can appreciate, what's his name? I don't know, you can appreciate Clapton's music, and even though he's like an old racist boomer. The thing is, or Harry Potter and J.K. Rowling, great example. The thing is, separating the author from the work, it should go both ways. It should mean that even if the work is excellent and you really appreciate it and you really like it, if you actually are separating the author from it, you should be able to build an objective opinion on the author being a piece of shit. If you know that's what they're amounting to. Like, it has to go both ways. If you're gonna be on that hill, and I personally am like that. Like, I'm not gonna. I can appreciate. What was the name? The actor in Baby Driver, who was like a pedophile too. I've had to think about it myself. Of like, where do I want to stand on that? Kevin Spacey, right. I really like Kevin Spacey's movies. A lot of them are amazing. K-Pax, Baby Driver, obviously that criminal one. Kaiser Soze, I forgot the name. They're great movies, and I wouldn't want to forbid myself from ever. Oh, American Beauty, fuck yeah, that's like his best movie, absolutely. House of Cards, TV show, but still great too. I don't want to. I Usual Suspects, yes, thank you. I don't want to forbid myself from ever watching them, and I don't want to like, you know, I don't want to give him money either. So you know, not gonna buy them, but I'll still watch them. I'm not going to force anyone to watch them if someone doesn't want to watch them. If I'm with someone for whom it's important not to watch a Kevin Spacey movie, not to watch a Harry Potter movie, etc., etc., not to watch a Polanski movie, that's fine. Of course, got to respect the people you're with. But for me personally, I'm fine separating them. But like I said, that sword cuts both ways. Just because they've done great movies, just because Andrew Callaghan's made great documentaries, doesn't at all protect them from any legitimate criticism. I think that's super important.
Anyways, I have a lot to say, and I have a whole story, but I don't want this to be dragged out for too long because I want people to pay attention to what I'm saying. So,
His docs are mid anyway.
I'm just gonna, in brief, say that I had hooked up with Andrew previously. He creeped me out, made me feel weird, was mean, demanding. He hit me up again after this time to hang out with me again, and I said, no, I don't want to hang out with you anymore. I don't want to sleep with you ever again. Asked me why. I told him why. He invited me to go out to dinner so he could apologize. So I went to this dinner because honestly, I don't care about an apology because I wouldn't believe it anyways. But I was like, free food, whatever, Turns out he invites me to a really shitty diner. Like, I've never been to a diner this shitty. This is besides the point, but I'm just saying.
Okay.
Like, what the fuck? It's not that hard to fuck up breakfast food. Anyways, so I go to the dinner. He's not really talking to me. And then I'm like, so did you have something you wanted to say? And he's like, oh yeah, do you want to have sex in your car after this? And I was like, no, I don't. Is there anything else you want to say? And he was like, oh.
Shameless.
Yeah, sorry if I made you feel uncomfortable.
Absolutely shameless.
I don't want to have sex in your car after this. And he asked that like probably 5 more times. Like, you're joking, right? Like, you want to have sex in your car after this, right? And I was like, no. Anyway.
Jesus. I expected him to ask for sex after the apology, not before the apology. Jesus Christ. In hindsight, she probably shouldn't have gone to that dinner, but I guess there was the off chance he was being sincere, but clearly he was not sincere in his apology.
So, I told him I would take him home.
But free food, am I right? Yeah, I don't know. I'll give a pass on that whole thing, because like there are several things at play. It's her memory of the situation. Maybe she genuinely thought that, like, well, it's a free meal. Which, hey, look, some people are poor as fuck, so I can respect that too. Maybe she genuinely wanted an apology, but after the fact, she was like, I don't want to give him that control after having that disappointing of an apology. So I'm gonna, post hoc rewrite, rationalize what happened and be like, at least I got a free meal out of it. Maybe that's what happened. Both are honestly very plausible, and I ain't mad at either.
Because he lived close by, but that I did not want to have sex.
And I'm like, it's easy in hindsight being like, okay, yeah, the guy creeped you out, just like never talk to him again, right? If someone gives you bad vibes, someone creeps you out, just block them. just block them and never talk to them. That's the correct response. Post hoc rewrite is wrong. Maybe.
My car at all. I did not want to have sex with him again, ever. And after we got to my car, he started advancing towards me, started touching my inner thigh, and pulled me forward and started kissing my neck. So I really couldn't move out of the position. He was holding me like tightly, and he proceeded to put his hand down my pants. I told him to stop. I told him to...
She's in her car? No, I think this is before... Wait, let's re-listen. I think this is outside while going to the car.
So I told him I would take him home.
Oh, this is in her car. Oh, she told him she would drive him home. Shit. Oh no, shit.
Because he lived close by, but that I did not want to have sex in my car at all. I did not want to have sex with him again, ever. And after we got to my car, he started advancing towards me, started touching my inner thigh, and pulled me forward and started kissing my neck. So I really couldn't move out of the position. He was holding me like tightly, and he proceeded to put his hand down my pants. I told him to stop. I told him to get off of me multiple times. He tried to put my hand down his pants, and I was, fighting against him during this, told him to please stop. And he said, you could at least suck my dick. And I said, no, I don't want to do that.
Yeah, that seems like his modus operandi, right? This is the second story where he pushes the boundaries, makes it clear he's like being forceful about sex, and then he's like, hey, at least a blowjob. Jesus Christ. But she was driving. I hope not. I think they're still in the parking lot though. If she was driving, I'm surprised that she didn't crash, because she says she was fighting like physically with him. So I'm assuming they were still parked, right? They entered the car, they're still parked, and he just like fucking starts groping her. Oh yeah, and just because you had sex before does not mean it's a free pass in the future. A lot of men don't seem to understand this. Yep, consent can be revoked at any time, and even more importantly, consent needs to be reestablished consistently. Like, this is a public place. Can she get help? This is an evening. This is dinner, so it's late at night after dinner in a parking lot. There's probably not anyone anywhere nearby. If they're still in the parking lot. A restaurant, not parking lots can be pretty lonely places, even if it's at a restaurant. I don't know what kind of context this is, but if it's like suburbia, like a suburban parking lot, I mean, restaurants here, your car's here. I think it was subtle enough too, where she'd she would have felt bad to overreact. That is true as well. That is something that is often overlooked in those stories. You're right. In a lot of the situations, the abusers will keep this like pseudo plausible deniability in order so they can like gaslight you about overreacting. You're right about that. Yeah, it's a part of the dynamic where women feel bad to make too much drama. Absolutely. On the one hand, where the abuser can gaslight the woman, or the victim. Let's not gender it, okay? The abuser can gaslight the victim, but also society. The victim will be afraid that society itself will like gaslight them for making too much noise, which in some societies it's still the case, right? There was that case in Japan where a pop idol had to apologize to her fans and to the Japanese people for being sexually assaulted. She was shamed, and what she was apologizing for was for causing a public trouble. That's almost like the direct translation. She was apologizing for causing public trouble when she was the victim. That stuff still happens. So yeah, it's a problem.
Get out of my car. At that point, it was, I'm not taking you home anymore. Get the fuck out of my car.
Okay, I think it's clear they're not driving. They're still in the parking lot.
And he just got mad. Really, he was mad that I would even say that, but at the same time, he was laughing at me. And continued to try to kiss me and was like, "Are you serious? Come on, come on." Yeah. It was not fun. So I told him to get out of my car again. He wouldn't get out. And he said, "You could at least take me home." So I realized at this point I would not be able to physically push him out of my car. So I started driving quickly and erratically down the road. I pulled into a busier street and I stopped abruptly, thinking, maybe someone will realize something is wrong, or if someone is honking at me, he'll feel uncomfortable and want to leave the car. But I guess it did make him uncomfortable that I did that, and I told him to get the fuck out of my car.
She followed your advice, Jokester. She went to a more public place with people around, and she's gonna. We'll see what she'll do, but she'll probably use that to finally get him out of the car, right?
And he was like, "Can I at least get a kiss goodbye?" And I said, "Fuck no, get the fuck out." He left. Never spoke to him or saw him again.
Damn, good on her. Good, I would have left the car and dialed 911. That's an option as well, but that's a little bit risky in that it's probably safer to go to a public place first. Though you're running the risk of driving around with him in the car, but I'm obviously dialing 911 is good in that situation. But if you're still once again that dark parking lot with no one around, I could see a lot of people being really sketched out in that situation.
And so yeah, it's been a lot. I know that this shit is on all over Reddit, TikTok, Twitter. News reporters have reached out to me. I haven't responded to them yet because it's kind of fucking terrifying. But yeah, thank you for everyone for the support. Of course, there's a lot of weird, disgusting comments too, or whatever. Addressing a few things. First of all, the shirt that I was wearing, the Queens of the Stone Age, I didn't even know that was a band. Apparently it's a band
what?
where some members have been accused of sexual assault.
Wait, what?
Disgusting comments too, or whatever. Addressing a few things. First of all, the shirt that I was wearing, the Queens of the Stone Age, I didn't even know that was a band. Apparently it's a band where some members have been accused of sexual assault.
Wait, shit, I even said I liked the band earlier. Fuck. In 2017, Queens of the Stone Age frontman Josh Homme under fire for kicking photographer. Wait, that's not sexual assault. That's just plain assault. Oh God. Josh Homme is denounced for domestic violence and abuse towards his children. Okay, it's... Oh no. Oh no. His children applied to the court for a restraining order against him due to their fear of him. Oren and Wolf, 10 and 5 years old respectively, claim to be verbally and physically assaulted on repeated occasions, citing episodes such as the fact that Ham will touch the genitals of his son Oren, in addition to throwing objects at them and insulting them and driving while intoxicated with them in the car. This is horrible. Jesus Christ. Okay. Well, that was an unfortunate t-shirt choice, I guess. I understand why she's talking about it. Jesus Christ.
I stole that shirt from somebody, to be honest. And I didn't know it was banned, so my bad. This time, not wearing any words on my shirt. Secondly, some people are saying that because this came out as soon as his HBO Max special dropped, that we're right-wing conspiracists.
Here we go.
I'm not a right-winger.
Oh, actually, I didn't expect that, but I expect some form of like accusation of you're cloud chasing. He's finally got a big contract, and you're trying to take him down. Still in that vein, yeah.
First of all, just because Andrew is a leftist, I honestly don't know. I didn't know that he talked about political shit. When someone was like, it's crazy how he acts like a social justice warrior, I was like, what? He's doing what? I don't know what Channel 5 is about. I don't know what This Place Rules is about exactly. Haven't watched any trailers. My friend gave me a brief synopsis, and I was like, okay. It's not that hard to believe that people can have the same political views as you and still be a piece of shit.
Yeah, and this is something like we as a society need to be better at this. Like, just because someone aligns politically with you doesn't mean they should be above reproach. We've had this problem right now in France, for lefties at least. One of the prominent politicians in the lefty party, La France Insoumise, Adrien Quatennens, has had domestic abuse allegations raised against him. And God, like the whole old guard of the French left are like not even hearing it. There's no doubt in their mind that they're gonna defend him to the death. And it's like, I mean, I get wanting to be neutral and like waiting, until the court case, etc. That could be a fair stance, but just outright dismissing everything and already having an opinion the other way is fucked up. It's clearly politically motivated. I don't know, this doesn't solidify anything to me. It is a testimony. It's one more testimony. And when there's a lot of testimonies, at some point, it's probable that there is truth to them. Especially if there's patterns that repeat in the testimonies. But we'll see. We're working our way through it. It's fair to look at this and be like, well, that is what they said, and I want to hear what Andrew Callaghan has to say, for example. That's the first stance you can take. But yeah, let's hear what she has to say.
Yeah, it's just y'all are insane, but I do have messages from when we first started DMing. I will post them later once I figure out how to do that. I don't make content. I'm not a TikTok person. People have said it's suspicious that I only have videos about this. I only had like a few other videos before on my TikTok and they were stupid. So I deleted them so that no one would be distracted from the message that I was trying to say. So there you have it.
Fair enough.
So this is when we first started DMing. Yes, I messaged him for...
Why make vids about it at all? Dude, assuming she's saying the truth, of course you want to make a video about it. you want she said in the first, you were here, she said in the first video why she's doing this. She's doing this first off because she feels a bit safer talking about it because someone else has come out with their own story, but also because she wants to come out as in support of that other person and her story. She wants to help. She wants to take on some of the heat from all the fanboys, all the harassment. She wants to show support to the other victims and give more confidence to any other victims who outside of her and the Aceroll lady. But she explains all this in the first video we watched.
First, I know y'all are gonna come for me about that. I really don't care. I thought he was cute at the time. He asked where the best pho was in New Orleans. Yeah, not my finest moment, but I'm being honest, and obviously it's embarrassing, which further goes to show that I have nothing to gain.
I wasn't here. Oh, sorry, my bad then. I thought you were here since earlier. No, in her first video in the series, she explains why she's going public with it, and like I paraphrased it basically.
We added each other.
Okay.
He asked me what I was doing. I said I have class, whatever.
So they're DMing, setting up the date.
More bullshit. He asked me when we're chilling. I said, when are you free? He says, right now. And I mean, I don't know how important this actually is to you people, but here's us making an appointment, I guess, a date, an appointment to meet up.
Yeah, so those are receipts that they actually met and went on
this. I was like,
and had an interaction.
I gave him my number. Obviously, I'm not going to show y'all the number. It's an old phone number, so all the text messages between us, I don't have access to anymore. Here's another time of him saying, what are you doing tonight? I said, I'm studying. And I said, are you going to come to the library? He said, can't we study at your place? You know, it's a common line. He would actually ask to spend the night a lot, as if like he didn't have a place to stay, which was weird.
Well, clearly he wanted to come over and have sex. That's pretty obvious.
Can we study at your place? Yeah, whatever. Sure. So anyways, yeah, here's the proof or whatever that I know him in the first place. Some people think that maybe he doesn't know me at all. Well, he could say he doesn't know me if he wants to, but he does. So this is
which once again, Ethan Klein confirmed that he confirmed that he's not gonna deny not having met those women. So, and yeah, she has proof of it.
Yo, I don't know how often.
Oh, this is recent, 1 hour ago. Wait, this doesn't have the Andrew Callaghan hashtag, so this might not have anything to do actually.
I have to say this, but this is not a fucking conspiracy.
Oh,
I've been telling people about this since it happened to me. That's 2019, 4 years ago. When I've told people about this, they have told me that they know others that have happened to, or I've told girls this, and they've been like, he did the same thing to me. I don't want clout. I don't want attention like this. Why would I want... This is the worst type of attention I've ever gotten in my life. Do you understand what people are saying about me? People are dissecting my every word on the internet. My parents are saying this. My mom is going through these YouTube videos, stressing herself out. My brother found out about this from a Twitch stream.
Damn.
I have a reputation too. I am a healthcare professional. Like, I don't want this shit.
Can't we study at your place is already that behavior vibes, just like softcore? Yeah, but it's not like, I get what you mean in that it's a bit dishonest. Like, yeah, I don't know, I'm trying to think back. The truth is, when I had like lovers that I would see from time to time, the truth is we would just be honest. Like, You know, she would write to me like, "Hey, I'm horny," or I would write to them, "Hey, I'm horny," or like, "Hey, I want to have sex." It wouldn't be like pretending it's something else, which it totally is. And I get that that's like the weird, like a weird vibe, pretending it's something else. It's pushy, is what I mean. Oh, yeah, right. Because she does say he did it like multiple times. He was like pushing to see her. Yeah, that's not something I'd do. I would be like, hey, you want to see each other, and if not, then next time, whatever. Yeah, in that sense, it is pushy. French people, true. Okay, damn, that was rough. That was, I mean, the weird thing is when I my first contact with those stories was some like Twitter convos about this, and the Twitter convos were going on about how like some of the allegations were like making fun of the allegations, and were some of the Twitter stuff I saw was like, oh, they're accusing him of not giving oral sex, like pleasing their partner, being like bad at sex. That's not sexual assault. And I was like, okay, if that's what the allegations are, that's ridiculous. But that's not what this is. This is actual like sexual misconduct, actual sexual misconduct. Like everything we've seen here until now is, if true, is really fucked up. Okay, this is the transcript of the videos we just watched, so we don't need to go to read it. We can skip the rest of that paragraph. After these two stories, older allegations resurfaced that were never taken seriously / never gained traction from 2021 and 2020. Maybe I'm making the mistake because of knowing a lot of women who deal with this type of behavior a lot, and I'm projecting onto this. What mistake? Oh, of like reading into the, hey, let's study together thing? Or like in believing her without questioning it. I don't see what this woman has to gain from this. If it's not what I think, okay? What I'm about to say is not what I think, but if I were to play devil's advocate, the truth is some people do some hella weird shit for online attention. Some people have done hella weird shit online for attention, and like there are some unhinged people out there who will do the wackiest stuff just to get attention. But those are like 1 in 100,000. Obviously, I don't know what the actual percentage is, but like those are people who have actual mental problems. Those aren't like, there's like multiple stories. Once it like at some point, if we do like the Bayesian what's the name for it? Bayesian evaluation, like statistics. Once you start having multiple different people coming out with allegations, it's the chances of them all being those like really unhinged people that you sometimes encounter online are starting to get very, very, very low. "2021, aka Cornbread Acerole's friend. On the request of the person who posted these allegations, please be respectful and do not message or follow her on Instagram according to her wishes. Her story that supports and lends credence to Cornbread Acerole's allegations is contingent on the fact that you can see her Instagram name from 2021 is the same during 2022, so it has to be shown, but she does not want to be contacted. Thank you for being respectful." Okay. You know what? I don't think I'm gonna show it then, because for like, or like note to note to when editing the video to like hide it, I guess. There's not much reason to show it, for me at least. Okay, let me try something real quick. Okay, if I scroll down, you don't see the You don't see the account name. So this is from someone's Instagram story showing off Andrew Callaghan's profile and saying he knowingly sexually assaulted my friend and got away with it. Please stop supporting his dumbass show and unfollow him. So an account accused Andrew of sexually assaulting one of her friends. This was later revealed to be actually an earlier reporting of Cornbread Asserol's assault after a Reddit thread surfaced. In this Reddit thread, she confirmed her Reddit account was the one who posted the original story or 2021 Instagram stories by sharing a screenshot of said Instagram page. So also going back to like, why is this coming out now? Why it's like something that happened years ago. What happened in the years meantime? In this specific case, the victim actually was trying to get their story public, and they failed. They failed to get traction. They failed to get attention. They failed to have other people step up and tell their stories as well. And this time it worked. Noticeably, the screenshot of the account shows the ability to leave a note, something you can only do if you're signed into the account yourself. If you really want to be conspiracy brain, you can fake that stuff, but yeah. In a private DM to me, she confirms her allegations were in reference to Cornbread Asserol. In the Reddit thread, she goes more in depth about her experience. She said that the night after the assault occurred, Cornbread Asserol called her bawling her eyes out and essentially told her the exact same story that she later revealed to TikTok in her coming out video. After originally posting the allegations to her Insta account, Cornbread Asserol's friend also received DMs which she then posted on her story, keeping the DMers anonymous. One DM she posts is from someone who states that she's known Andrew a long time and he's done similar things to at least 3 other girls, all in different cities, most underage. Ooh. Oh, well, fuck. I guess I revealed the Instagram account there. Hey, this is kind of random and we don't know each other, but I saw your post reposted about Andrew Callaghan. I've known him for a long time and know he's done this to at least 3 other girls, all in different cities, most underage. He was on this podcast I really like, and I feel compelled to reach out to the hosts or something. You definitely don't need to tell me any specifics at all. I'm just wondering if whoever this happened to was underage and if it was in New Orleans or Nashville. Another DM reveals someone who has apparently been who apparently has been communicating with the victims of Andrew's behavior for some time. He states that Andrew's predatory behavior is known by some people in Florida, specifically referencing someone who told them there is a victim that Andrew did something similar to in St. Pete. Reminder, the original story, the first story was in St. Petersburg. He proceeds to mention 2 of his friends in New Orleans mentioned Andrew got kicked out of whatever scene there for being a creep, and also got a random DM from a victim telling him they know he's done similar behavior to unnamed victims in Tennessee and Washington. I guess it's going to be a screenshot of like similar like DMs. 10,000% those people know in Florida. I had another friend message me saying, yeah, I have a friend who you dead don't know that he did something similar to in St. Pete. Okay. Definitely, if we want to be really critical of it, obviously, random people DMing someone, then posting screenshot of this would be very, I guess, less. If you really want to be critical, it's obviously less credible than when the person giving the accusations is the primary source. But once again, in like my personal evaluation, I tend to value the how much there is people, how many people are coming out, quite a bit personally. Andrew is done. The facts no longer matter. He very well may have done it, but his reputation is already dead. That is true. Wish Sophie was on stream with you. You guys did that Amaranth breakdown together. It was good to have a woman's perspective. That's true as well. In terms of total DMs, Cornbread Asserol's friend also said she's gotten 5 to 10 women. Oh yeah, we saw that DM. Or that message. 2020 allegations. So we're going back in time slowly. The person who originally posted these allegations requested discretion and privacy, so I will be purposefully not posting certain links, and I hope you all keep this in mind if you come upon these allegations online. Okay. In 2020, a woman revealed that Andrew attempted to sexually prey on one of her friends who was very drunk. Despite their inebriation, this girl still had the state of mind to say no to Andrew, but he continued pestering her for sex. Just one more context on the last post, so this is the description. He was trying so hard to fuck my drunk friend who made it clear she said no. Manipulate ass motherfucker who was using his platform to get girls to sleep with him. Would these dudes questioning it believe it more if some other dude came out and validated these women by saying he had witnessed this? If so, that's a bit cringe in itself. Yeah, if that's the thing that would change someone's mind, then that clearly shows some kind of weird sexist bias. I'm gonna take the like good faith road, not because I believe that people are necessarily good faith, but like with like Jokes, I think he's questioning the situation in good faith, and to like steelman his perspective, it is fair to have reasonable doubt when in a situation where it's he said she said, right? In this case, it's not he said she said; it's he said they said, and in fact, he said nothing. We don't have a public statement from Andrew Callaghan. The closest thing we have is that weird statement from Ethan Klein about his phone call with Andrew Callaghan, which once again not primary source. We don't know what Andrew actually said. I think it's fair to wait until what Andrew says. If nobody thinks that, do they? Nobody would admit to thinking that. I think even someone who would function like that wouldn't even admit it to themselves. But there are people who are genuinely sexist. There are people who value women's opinions less than men's opinions, and they will not even notice it. They will it'll be very subconscious. You can have you never been with a group of friends, like a couple men and a couple women, and at some point you notice that the men, for example, they're cutting the women off constantly in the conversation, and they're taking up, say, like 70-80% of the conversation space compared to the women. I've been in those situations. I've seen that shit IRL, and it's not like they're thinking like women opinion less valuable than mine. They're just they just have this like internalized sexist bias of just like rolling over women in conversations. And to be fair, it's not just sexism. It is sexism, but it's not just like internalized. It's also like societal constructs where women are in traditional education are taught to be more compliant and more polite, so they will be more likely to let someone talk over them if they've been educated in the traditional societal norms, heteronormative norms, etc. And with men, it's a bit of the opposite. You're rewarded for being a brash man and the confident man. So there's a bit of that as well, which is like more like societal construction than any specific person's internalized ideas. The Tate type dudes do, I think. Not accusing you of that at all, though. I've been on Twitter. Sorry. Oh yeah. I don't even want to know what the Taters think about this situation. Jeez. I guess he's gonna be basic. Like, I always make sure to have consent and intimacy with my partners. I don't hurt them. Blah blah blah. Maybe. That's what I would expect. I would expect some like bland PR shit to basically denying the allegations. But Ethan Klein said he sounds like he's admitting, so we'll see. Like, we're already sure he did it. That's just nuts to me. Yeah, I like I said, I think that's a fair perspective to take, Jokesta. But like I already explained why I'm like at this point I'm pretty convinced. With some doubt of like I'm not like 100% obviously, but I'm maybe like 80%, like 90% even. Like, yeah, this seems very consistent and credible to me. And if that makes you uncomfortable, I can understand that as well. Like, you know, it's definitely not the judiciary process in the court of law and so on and so forth. Despite the okay, consistently what though? Well, what I mentioned, I said consistent because of the like patterns of behavior. Consistently creepy or rapist. Well, taking all the stories together, we kind of have both. We have he's consistently creepy and pushy, and well, when that ends up in sex, then that is clearly sexual misconduct. Or I was having a hard time. Yeah. No, like once again, if this had happened once, if this had happened once and he fucked up and then, you know, like a couple years later, he's like, yeah, I fucked up. I did really bad. I was having a hard time. I like, okay, should now prove it. Prove it by being a better person. But I would be okay. Like, all right, let's see what's next. But I wouldn't like crucify him at that point. But that's not what we're seeing here. If those allegations are true, it doesn't have to end up in sex to be sexual assault. That is true as well. Yes. All right. Moving on the post. Truth is, if a woman the truth is, if a woman says no and you keep pushing and touching, it's assault. Yeah, I agree. After posting the story online, the original poster got a DM from a woman saying that Andrew raped one girl she knew and was acting creepy to a bunch of others. She also states he aggressively pursued the DMer when they were 17 and came on to her multiple times even though she said no. He attempted to invite her back to his place and apparently attempted to follow the girl with her friend home in the dark. It was later revealed that this was actually an earlier version of the Navy story, the full details of which is listed below. Okay, so similar to the Asrol's story, there were already stories circulating a couple of years ago. They just never got traction. This allegation was posted on January 7th to the subreddit and takes place in New Orleans during 2017. A friend of Moldy Freckles, so she's the one whose TikTok videos we just watched earlier, came forward and spoke about his own partner's interaction with Andrew while she was 17 in college. She describes how Andrew DM'd her to hang out one night with her and her friends one day, and she agreed. He took them to a local abandoned Navy base, which was known to be a fun place to explore and do graffiti. Okay. Urban exploration. During the hangout, he acted oddly possessive over her, grabbing at her all day and trying to isolate her from her small friend group. The group decided they did not like his weird behavior and took an Uber to a music venue, which had a bar attached. Andrew followed them in his own Uber to the same venue and kept ordering the underage girl shots, then later pulled her around the corner and forcibly tried to make out with her until her roommates came over and intervened. They got her to get away from him, and the girl kept repeating she had a boyfriend. Andrew responded, "It's cool. I have a long-distance girlfriend. We are open. Do you want to have a threesome with us when she comes to town next week?" And kept her in a corner, pushing her on the idea until her roommate's boyfriend went over and tried to fight him. They broke away and the two walked together away, but he followed them halfway to the dorms until they literally started sprinting away. One other pretty minor note is that Andrew, for a reason, lied about his age, as he told the girls he was 22, but taking place in 2017, that would be impossible. He also must have had a fake ID because he was buying drinks. Jesus. Like the age difference. Okay, so I don't know what age he was. Let me double check. Born 1997, so he's 20. He's 20, she's 17. Obviously, legally, the age difference might matter depending on the Romeo and Juliet laws in the state, whatever. Morally, I think 17-year-old and 20-year-old is not necessarily anything weird. What's weird is him fucking cornering her and pressuring her, trying to get her drunk so he can have sex with her. Her saying no multiple times and him still being pushy. Like, this is what I was talking about earlier when I was saying a pattern. That's super fucked up. Other than that, various other small stories have popped up with mostly anonymous accounts. And following, oh yeah, and he followed them. Like when they finally are getting away from him, he's fucking following them. What's wrong with this? Like, what goes through your mind at that moment? Have popped up with mostly anonymous accounts. Some on the subreddit, some from Cornbread Astro's comment section, and some surfacing on Twitter. A lot claiming Andrew has harassed them or friends they knew. One even saying when a friend refused him sex, he ran out of her house screaming. What? At least he got out of her house, okay? After the car story, him getting out of the place when sex is denied him is actually an improvement, even if he's doing it while screaming. Some claim Andrew's tendencies were basically an open secret in the New Orleans graffiti scene. One person claimed they did show with Andrew, and though they never saw Andrew assault anyone, he got outrageously inebriated / high and had really weird after parties. Though another person came forward who said they did a bunch of shows with Andrew, and this was, in his perspective, never the case. Okay, hey, let's read someone like defending him for the sake of neutrality. So I performed his live show during the tour, and I knew something bad was going to come out. Andrew was shit-faced drunk at almost all of the live shows, and then the after parties were going to be a recipe for disaster. When I say shit-faced, I mean absolutely shit-faced, no soul in the eyes, but all of this is very saddening for victims, and I'm sure more will come out. Don't drink, kids. I did interact with him. I talked to him a bit before the show, and he was very nice to me. As the show went on, he became increasingly more and more inebriated. Through the 2 hours, at that point he was glossy-eyed and red-faced, and was just completely shit-faced. I did not see him do anything creepy, but I did not attend the after-party. I'm smart enough to put 2 and 2 together, and I could tell that by then, of the tour, something was going to come out. I was skeptical as to why a YouTube person was doing live show tours, and then an after-party after each show, considering that the live show was pretty much a viewing for clips of his documentary. Mike Bussey was at the Orlando show trying to get my girlfriend and her little sister to come back to the Sausage Castle. So I'm sure he exposed his fanbase to a lot of weird internet personalities. And the response to this, I'm not trying to take away from this person's POV. Do this. I'm not trying to take away from this person's POV, I just had a different experience. I booked acts on about 15 different shows for the tour, and he wasn't completely shit-faced during the shows I was at, or the shows that had performers I booked. He was drinking, but he was never so drunk that he was incoherent or red-faced. It sounds like he might have gone overboard at the show this person is describing, and it sounds like he has a problem with alcohol. Regardless, I just wanted to give some perspective from someone who was more involved with the tour. Okay, that's not at all a defense, that's just, well, he wasn't shit-faced on every show. I'm seeing a hands Y drunk man child who can't take no for an answer, but I'm hesitant to draw a conclusion on illegality. Oh, handsy, yeah. Handsy drunk man child who can't take no for an answer. That's an apt description of what we've seen until now, yes. I agree with you. As for the illegality, I don't know. I'm not a lawyer. I would hope that his behavior is illegal, honestly. I hope it is, because it's fucked up. But all I can discuss is the morality of what he's done. I'm not a legal expert, especially in the US. It like depends on states, on state law, etc. Boys will be boys is not okay in 2022. Yeah, I agree. I don't think that's how Jokesta is meaning it. Like, man-child is not a boys will be boys. That's a fucked up person. At least that's my reading. There was also another post recently made from an account that followed the very familiar pattern of not taking no for an answer. This account states that she DM'd Andrew when she noticed he was in her town. They hung out one day, ended up kissing, but everything felt comfortable for her. She mentioned she did not want to have sex with him, but enjoyed hanging out, and Andrew seemed fine with it. The next time they met, however, Andrew invited her into the RV and started asking to have sex with her. Despite protests and putting down the idea, he would not take no for an answer. Eventually, he said sex or head was fine, which felt like the lesser of two evils to the woman, so she accepted it. Then, while getting oral, he got his friend to give him... Oh, that's the story from earlier. Okay, that's the story from earlier. He then asked his friend to give him a condom. Okay, then there's the cameraman / producer Even, a sexual assault story, which we already went through. There was also a post on the subreddit from an anonymous woman who said she had a consensual sexual history with Andrew. Though she did not have any overtly negative experiences with him, after the allegations came out, she relooked at some of his texts he sent to her and felt that some of what he said could be coercive at times, and he was selectively empathic for his own benefit. She said that her positive sexual experiences shouldn't necessarily negate other stories. Fair enough. Cornbread Asserole Anonymous Compilation. Lastly, I'll briefly sum up the anonymous allegations Cornbread Asserole compiled that I mentioned earlier. It's kind of long and disconnected, so I wanted to keep these separate. The first DM is from a guy who messaged her about a year ago, saying he's friends with someone who knows Andrew's camera guy. He states that he's heard that Andrew sleeps with women who look very young and live at home. The second DM describes a girl who met Andrew at a party and said at first he seemed nice, but then isolated her in a room and repeatedly asked her to go to his house, not taking no for an answer. She was drunk and he had situated himself close to the door, which was intimidating. The interaction ended when a friend escorted her out. The third DM describes someone who states they went to Andrew's former university, Loyola University, New Orleans, a couple of years above Andrew. They state they heard through the grapevine that he was cancelled pretty bad, but it was kept on the down low. He explains this is why they quietly replaced him as host of Quarter Confessions. This one seems pretty odd to me, as the Quarter Confessions Instagram posted about Andrew in a positive light quite recently, up to December 2022, so at the very least it seems like there's a missing thread here. Yeah, I guess that this specific one is not very credible. Good on pointing this out. In general, like I was said earlier, it's also totally fair to point out, once we get into anonymous DMs to the primary witnesses, you don't really know what you're getting. There are very good chances that there are false stories mixed in with real stories at this in what we're reading here. The fourth DM said that Andrew frequently listed his place as an Airbnb and would then use this as an excuse to tell people he did not have a place to sleep, asking if it would be all right if stayed overnight at their place, which was also the excuse he used with Cornbread Asserole. They also said he claimed he was on male birth control. I'm guessing so when he had sex he didn't need a condom? Oh man, lucky. That's a fucking edgy joke. I'm gonna say, I was just gonna make a joke about how I wish I could have male birth control to just take a pill, but this is not the context for that. Yeah, there's some really dumb ones. Like my friend went to a neighboring high school and heard about him doing weird stuff. Yeah. Like this is that level, except it's in universities. Like I went to the same university and I heard something. Like okay. Yeah, sure. Is a person who, the fifth DM is a person who says that someone told them that he keeps a list of girls that will give him head without him reciprocating. Yeah, if this is true, if this is true, I guess the weird part is him bragging about it, but the way it's presented, that's still consensual, so there's nothing wrong with it. It's just so some people love giving head. It's not necessarily a bad thing. Someone told me that he told him he has a list of women that he gets to give him head without reciprocating. Like, truly disgusting. Also, maybe TMI or uncomfortable, but he thinks the clitoris is inside of the vagina. It's actually embarrassing for him that he's this gross. We shouldn't feel bad because he sucks, lol. Okay, yeah, this is the one I saw people use to decredibilize the other allegations. This is exactly this is the source of that one I was talking about earlier. The like he doesn't reciprocate oral sex. Yeah, I don't care about that one. That one's completely unimportant. Especially once again, if when it's like an anonymous person DMing someone online, you don't know what you're getting. The sixth DM is someone who says that they had a friend who lived with him at a point, and his friend told him he sexually assaulted one of the other roommates. Okay. The seventh DM describes they've heard through the grapevine he has been begging girls for sex for years. They also said they know someone who went on a date with him, and he used the same excuse on her that he had no place to sleep that night. However, in her case, she refused to have him over, saying he could pay for a hotel if he wanted, and he has the money to do so. That's a good response. The eighth DM is someone from a high school neighboring Andrew's high school who said they have heard these stories floating around for years. Oh, there's the high school one you were talking about. The ninth and last DM says they went to a high school near Andrew as well. They say they still knew Andrew as he was well known in the area for his rapping and going to lots of parties. They also say that it's also common knowledge in that area of Seattle that he's committed sexual assaults and is a predator. He states that alcohol and coercion were his general methods to attempt to get sex from women. Okay. Yeah, like I was saying, it's the main stories where we clearly have a primary witness that are important, I think, in this. And they definitely are important. They show what I would expect to be credible. Now, once again, we'll see if it goes to court. We'll see if further evidence arises. We'll see if Andrew admits to things or if he denies. And if he denies, does he offer any proof of denying, or does he just make it, or does he just deny? I guess there's still a lot up in the air since this post is, well, now from 3 days ago. All right. We made it through. I know Vosh did a video about it. I was thinking of maybe checking it out, because I guess like he admitted it. Because that would be like maybe a bit more agreeable for the stream content than me reading stuff. But I just hurt myself. I really, it was important for me to like actually go through the thread. I didn't want to like watch someone else's opinion about it, or someone else's edit of what we just went through, etc., etc. Are you going to talk about the Tom Brady kiss controversy next? What is that? I haven't heard about that.
Okay, so I want to be clear really quick, because I guess we're like taking a look at a follow-up, all right? So in terms of like to believe accusations, so most of the time this is a fact, okay? Most of the time you will never know for a fact whether or not a rape or sexual assault allegation is true. It does turn into a he said, she said pretty easily. You can figure out degrees of likelihood, but even in court cases where people are convicted or not, regardless of the whole beyond, any doubt legal standard for criminal cases, it is so rare. I mean, even with legal...
Hey, that's exactly what we were talking about, right? That's what I said. That's what he's saying. That's what you're saying, Jokesta. Yep, all that is correct.
Convictions to ever really, really, really definitively 100%. That's the case with a lot of crimes. So we're not talking about beyond a shadow of a doubt here. We're talking about, like, is it believable and more likely than not? I'm going to be straightforward with you guys, okay? A single anonymous allegation against a content creator, to me, is worth, like, almost nothing. That single allegation, a heart-wrenching story of a person being abused and assaulted by a content creator, that could be true. I don't know. The problem is a single anonymous text-based accusation is
He's making the exact same argument as me. He's saying the exact same fucking thing. When it's a single accusation, the sad thing is you can't know, and it's the stupid like rule of the internet. There unfortunately is someone out there who would make that up. But that's not the case here. And what he's about to say is exactly what I was talking about earlier. The like Bayesian evaluation of like how likely is it that this is true or not, based on how many stories are coming out, how many witnesses are willing to put their like name on it.
Infinitely easy to fake. Literally, it's infinitely easy. You can, with zero effort, one can create this. Which means that even if it's true, and it might be, like, I personally am not comfortable making any assumptions about a content creator based on stuff like that. It's because I feel like then like anyone can be ruined for anything with no proof, just like, oh, it can't be proved, whatever. Now they're a rapist, I guess. You know, the thing with Andrew Callaghan is that not only was the initial video, which means somebody's putting their face out there, their name out there, their reputation.
Hey, this is exactly what I just said.
Out there attacking.
Oh shit.
Popular content creator. That's a lot on the line. You know, the chips are down. Not only that, but then a bunch of people replied to that video going like, yeah, I knew Callaghan as well, and yeah, everyone knew he was a creep. A bunch of other people coming up with their own stories. And then, and this is the big one to me, the people telling these stories communicating with each other rather than all just coming forward independently. That is like, I will say, as somebody who has been doing this job now for 4 years and who is just generally aware of stuff happening in the broader world, I have never seen this much of a tsunami against one person in terms of sexual assault allegations. Fully, like, it goes beyond.
I think, wait, wasn't, oh, look, it's Mr. Glasshouse, Pepe. Yeah, I know why you're saying that. Wasn't Weinstein way more of a shitstorm? I guess it's because this is like internet stuff, so it's still its own microcosm as well. But like Weinstein was like 20 or 30 different assault stories. I like because he's just say like he's never seen something this bad, and it is bad, but like I'm pretty sure Weinstein was even bigger.
And it's like, it's convincing or it seems credible. We're talking at this point like over a dozen independent, consistent testimonies ranging a long time period that are fully like consistent with each other. Does that mean every single?
Oh, over the course of decades, right? Yeah, but like he just included the fact that, you know, it's over several years, etc.
One of these stories is completely true. No, I can't prove that, but like, man, if this is some kind of op, that is a deep state Illuminati op. I mean, that is like a, wow, they did a great job with that one. More like Weinstein. It's just so much. It's like so much came out all at once. It's so difficult to deal with that like overwhelming. Did you see the video from his ex about him assaulting her in her car? It was horrendous. Yeah, the woman who said that he assaulted her in the car and she had to kick him out. There were people, I got a DM. No, I got multiple messages, but I got a direct DM from somebody with a face and a name saying, hey, I can testify to the 2020 incidents, or from 2020 of like him like sexually assaulting people, because like I knew a friend who was like that. I was there. I like saw people talking about this when it was.
Okay, I know Vosh has his own controversies, and there are a lot of people who don't like him for various reasons. I'm willing to absolutely believe him when he's saying this, that he's had someone with like stake their name on it. They just don't want to be doxxed. They don't want to be thrown to the wolves online, but that he knows who that person is. Okay, like I'm willing to give some credibility to this for sure.
It's happening. Just me. I just got that DM. You know, this is apparently like the world's least kept secret. Like I have no idea how this all hasn't come out before. Kings and Journals said the YouTube promo. Oh, gotcha. Okay, it's good to know that wasn't just me. Hopefully it fixes soon, Kings and Journals. How bad was it, though? That's what I wasn't clear on. It was clearly sexual assault, but is he a rapist? It kind of seems like it, yeah. I mean, it seems like he would consistently pressure women into sex to the point of, like, getting them, like, shit-faced. Like, basically forcing them. It's, like, the line here is like, kind of difficult to ascertain, especially because a lot of people are sort of selectively vague when we're talking about sexual assault, you know? Sometimes they'll say, like, he assaulted her and she was protesting it. And, like, I don't know what the line is that they're describing there, but however, like, skeptical you want to be, it's, you know, it's pretty bad. It's so panic-inducing, Kings. Do you think Callaghan can come out and become a normal guy that doesn't sexually assault people? Anybody is capable of changing. Anybody can change. I believe anyone is capable of changing. However, holy shit, we're talking about, like, multiple years of deliberate, malicious preying on women. This is not, like, behavior motivated by an accident or some
I
misconception.
have outpaced
This
you
is
intellectually.
very deliberate, long-term
Hey, Chinchilla, how are you
predatory
doing?
abuse that was, like...
Oh god, Chinchilla, we just went through the entire like list of the allegations against Andrew Callaghan, the receipts, the like video testimonies. Except the one of the witnesses took down her videos because she obviously because of the harassment. Jesus Christ, it's bad. It's really bad.
Not.
Hey, just CVC, how are you doing? Welcome to the stream. I see it's your first time chatting here. We are covering a heavy subject. We are going over we just finished going over the original, like, first-hand testimonies and stuff. We're going over the allegations against Andrew Callaghan from Channel 5, well-known YouTuber and documentarist, I guess we can say, who's been traveling the US and filming interesting stuff. And it turns out there are some really, really heavy allegations of sexual assault, sexual misconduct, sexual coercion stacking up against them. So we're going through that right now. Do you accept links to YouTube to rate songs, etc.? The last time, I'll be honest with you, the last time someone came into my chat, I don't know them. There's the first time they're in my chat and they ask that, even though that has nothing to do with what I'm doing right now. They linked me a video that had like a cock in the middle of the video, just so, I don't know, so they could like report the channel and get it banned or whatever. So I'll be honest with you. Right now, it has nothing to do with the content. I'm not going to let you derail me. This is not the moment to go rate a song, and I don't even know if I trust your links. If you want to link it, and if someone else wants to check it out and vet it for me, then we can do that. But even then, it'll be after I'm done with this. This is the content right now. But hey, hope you stay around and enjoy it as much as it can be enjoyed, because like I said, it's a pretty heavy topic. But right now we're watching Vosh describe what it is that he thinks of the allegations we just went through and the receipts we just went through. And right now he's got a pretty good level-headed take. I really like what I'm hearing from him, because it's the same stuff I was saying. Not me, I'm at work. Yeah, don't do that. All right, let's move on.
At all, like some sort of incidental, or like, again, I'm usually pretty leaning on the side of reform here, you know, and I do think anyone can, but...
Wait, really, Chinchilla? There was a cock in there? No. Okay, well... Good on you, just CVC. Good on you. I wish you the best in your endeavors. All right, let's move on.
Know what I would need to see or hear to believe that he'd change what kind of person he is. Like, we're at a level now where I don't think, like, nothing short of, like, some insane personal growth in time could possibly convince me. Yeah, I don't know. A lot of people in your sub think Andrew didn't do anything wrong because the victim eventually gave consent. Coercion isn't consent. This is, like, really obvious. It's 101 shit. And by the way, I saw the disposition of my sub, and I think most of the people there are on the right side of things. After I posted my video, it seems pretty much everyone was on board with what I was saying. Everyone kind of gets what was going on, and that's fine. That they get that, you know. Do you think Andrew will never recover? I don't know. This isn't really about that, right? It's like, do you think we should condemn people for continuing to watch with the allegations? No, I don't believe in that bullshit. That liberal, there's no such thing as death of the author. Anything you consume, like, you are fully endorsing the views and beliefs of blah, blah. I don't believe that at all. That'd be like saying, like, watching House of Cards after the Kevin Spacey shit happened means that you're, like, supporting him raping people. I don't believe that bullshit. I don't think you should defend him, but a lot of his videos are really good. That's like a fact. That's not a moral statement.
Hey, it's hey, he's got the same he's got the same take as me. Nice.
It's just a fact, you know? Either way, if you never wanted to see that scrawny face again, I wouldn't blame you. I do want to point out, though, it is possible that he comes out with some statement, like, epically owning the allegations. Oh, we have to get to this. Hold on. So apparently he came out with a statement confirming the allegations. Okay, hold on. What is this? Hello, Ethan Klein.
So, but when the second girl...
Ethan Klein, I'm stealing your content. Thank you.
Oh, shit, this is not the... Oh, nice. This is not just the MP3 that I had from the Red thread. This is, like, Ethan Klein actually talking about it.
Came out
with the video.
I was like, okay,
did he rape someone or did he just pressure people? Well, that's the funny thing about rape. If you pressure people hard enough, it becomes rape. We're going to talk about consent after I'm done with this section, and it is going to be
absolutely funny, absolutely hilarious, Bosch. Thank you for the explanation.
A long segment, so all of you can buckle in. If you want my full opinions on this, as somebody who is A, not an expert, and B, nonetheless confident that he has something to say on the subject, then you can wait for that. But right now, let's watch this, okay?
To talk to Andrew about this. I mean, listen, he is my friend. We do have a relationship. I'm not just going to go to the internet and start talking about all this without even reaching out to him. Like, you know what I mean? It's just, I needed to hear from him what happened. So I talked to him, and he was, you know, look, he's in a really bad mental headspace. Obviously, he was like soaring on top of the world, and now he's like canceled. But I wanted the details. I said, yo, what's up with these allegations? You got to tell me what's going on. I talked on the phone with him. The first girl, he told me, I'm just going to tell you what he said. By the way,
this is the clip we listened to already.
That he was going to put out a statement today at 12. I think he's working on a statement. I guess it's going to come out today. I can find out. Maybe I'll text him and find out when. So I'm sure he wants people to read a statement. So if I could read it on stream, that'd be good. I wanted to make sure he was like in a safe place.
Does the timing seem convenient for you? Okay, I just want to say really quick, the weird conspiracy posting of like, yeah, the deep state coordinated like 24 women to construct a multi-year corroborated account of his predatory behavior to take him down after he made a funny documentary on January 6th. Like they had the Matrix had to get him, and they had to do it by inventing a time machine to like construct all these accounts that go back and are like come on. Like we saw the real version of this happen, which was when what's the name of that? He was a congressman in a wheelchair, the ripped guy who his cousin's face. What's that guy's name? Cawthorn. Madison Cawthorn. Yeah. When Madison Cawthorn called out Republicans as being a bunch of like degenerate cocaine fiends, and then all of a sudden a bunch of videos on him that were really embarrassing got leaked. That was the actual real life version of what you guys are talking about. Even with somebody as powerful as a congressman, it was not like we're gonna go back in time and like fully construct the shit or whatever. It was just, oh, that embarrassing shit. Well, here you go. If you think that like maybe people were motivated to drop all this info now because of the HBO documentary, the answer is, yeah, that is what happened. The women he abused were. Because if you've been abused by somebody, it must be really frustrating to see them get a bunch of accolades in an HBO show. I can't blame them for that, right? Like
that is literally what was her name? I forgot her handle. Was the second Moldy Freckles. That's literally what Moldy Freckles said in her testimony. She said that she was like tired of seeing his face everywhere, that it was a really painful experience for her. It's exactly that.
Like getting assaulted 3 years ago and then getting over it, and then you like can open up HBO because you want to cuddle in with a boyfriend for a night and watch something, and you see the guy who abused you on the front page of the site, you know? Like I want you to like, have a mote of empathy and picture that for a second, then think like, damn, I wonder what would have motivated them to come forward now, you know? I don't know. Maybe that probably helped. Those allegations go back a while, man. It's pretty bad, man. What percentage of men have done similar R-zone maneuvers, but it's way more than anyone. Daddy Gordo, what are you doing? Hold on. Every time if there's any like Me Too moment, people come out who are all like rape fetishists, and they have the weirdest, all gaslighting, no views, all what is consent is key? Pressing people into consent is a subtype of rape. Oh, I see.
Honestly, I think he can just continue his YouTube work. Bald and Bankrupt is a dude that went free on rape charges because the victim messed up. He went to Ukraine and Belarus, Russia, where he got $6 blowjobs and other shit. Wait, Bald and Bankrupt had... Man, there is so much. There are so many misconduct allegations I don't know about, and I just keep learning stuff. Bald and Bankrupt is a huge piece of shit. Damn. If he was a nobody, he could continue, but now that he has success, it's an issue. Never understood that. It's not that he could continue if he was a nobody. Is that people don't want to see him... Like this, it's not an ethical thing. What Vosh is describing when he's saying that when he's talking about like seeing their face on HBO, and same with what Moldy Freckles was saying. It's not about like the ethics of it. It's about the emotional reality of seeing your abuser like every day or like on TV, on HBO, on YouTube, or whatever. As far as pure ethics go, then yes, it doesn't matter whether you're a celebrity or not. You should still be upheld to the same ethical standard. And I understand that's where you're coming from, and I agree with that. But now we're talking about just the human, like, emotional perspective of the victims, why they are coming out. That was why Vosh was talking about this. Why do those accusations come up when he just signed a contract with HBO and suddenly he's on that streaming service? It's an explanation. It's not a justification. It's not an ethical argument. It's just the reality. It's observing a reality that people have emotions and they act on them.
You're like a schizo. Okay, that's fine. Whatever. This is a schizo-friendly chat. Just dial it back. Also, hi, Beetle Moses. The girls who wrote and directed The Matrix must hate all these smooth brain Andrew Tate Rose that reference it. Oh, for sure, yeah. The Wachowski sisters. What's Lily, I think, of them, tweeted like, I hate you all with the red pill thing. Yeah, they do. They do. Also, apparently the fourth Matrix movie kind of like takes the shit out of the red pill as like a social convention. I don't know. Let's watch it.
Okay, he wasn't... Why you guys saying stop? Okay, don't say anything. I'm just telling you what happened, okay? I'm just being transparent.
You
don't want me to say what he told me? The fuck?
But I want to know. Wait, just fucking say it already.
I don't understand the logic, but a lot of y'all say don't say anything. So no, it's not private. Listen, guys, it was a private conversation. But what he told me, he sent me stuff that he wanted me to convey. Okay, you know what I mean? I'm not like saying stuff that was said to me in private. If that's what you guys are afraid of, like he was sending me stuff to show to Hassan, text messages and stuff and stories, like because he's saying that he wants people to hear his side of stuff. At least if people are talking about it, and so he told me this stuff with the understanding that I might share.
Oh my god.
People saying why you can make things. I'm just literally saying what he said, but if you don't want me to talk
We
about
have a
it, you don't
timestamp?
understand that necessarily. I mean, I'm reading chat. I'm trying to get some logic here. No, he did not say they're lying, guys. Let me at least explain where you'll jump down my throat. Like, let me
Please,
talk.
then talk.
It's so hard to talk about this stuff, which I get. You know, people get really.
He says it around like 7 minutes. We're at 3 minutes 40. He says it's 7 minutes in. Okay.
Guys, listen,
What?
Is it mentally well?
Oh no, it's 7 minutes. Okay, whatever. But that's a clip we already listened to, right? This
Listen,
one.
I know it's not about him being the victim, but I don't want him to die.
Streamable video.
So
Yeah, that is the clip we listened to.
first, I just wanted to make sure that he told me he was like at a psych ward. He was not doing well, and he was having
Oh, okay.
panic attacks and stuff. And I first of all wanted to make sure that he was safe, that he wasn't going to hurt himself, that he was with people that cared about him. Obviously, I don't want him to die. I'm hoping none of y'all think he should die for this, do you? And so I did confirm that he's doing okay. So that was a relief to me. Again, I'm not defending him, and I believe those victims 100% since they came out with their videos. So what was I saying? So, well, what I was going to say before y'all jump into conclusions is that he confirmed what they're saying is true.
Oh.
Okay? Y'all fucking, you know what I mean?
Well, there we go. Okay, I guess that puts it into it.
No.
Unless anyone wants to accuse Ethan of lying about what Andrew Callaghan said, which would be pretty wild here. All right, well, that about settles it. Which things did he confirm were true, though?
I had the same reaction. Honestly, I had the same reaction, except that I knew I should like listen to the rest of the sentence.
Prosecutors, we're not trying to figure out whether he's being accused of 8 or 7 counts of sexual assault. If a ton of people are like, hey, this guy's the fucking rape master of rape, and he's like, yeah, that's true, then we don't need to go like, okay, so claims 11 through 17. How now are you okay? So this one's true, and this. What about this? Like, if he said it, Your chat really needs to hear about consent. Yeah, we're going to talk about that.
Confirmed that he knew the girls and that he had encounters with them. So right out the bat, you know what I mean? He was.
What?
He confirmed that he knew the girls and that he had encounters with them. So right out the bat, you know what I mean? He was pretty open.
Encounters is a pretty strange turn of phrase here. I don't know if we're being euphemistic here, or if the implication is like he's confirming he had sex with those women, but he's phrased.
Yes, that's exactly what I was saying. Like, that's exactly what I was saying. Like, Ethan's statement is not a confirmation. It's not a confession. It's not clear. It's just really not clear what Ethan is saying. And now Vosh is realizing it live. He's like, oh, wait, this is a very weird way of putting it. Yes, it is a weird way of putting it.
It so weirdly that it sounds, I don't know, that's pretty weird.
And basically that's what I wanted to hear, right? Like he confirmed that this stuff basically happened. What do you mean?
Legal reasons? Yup, okay, yeah.
He's gaslighting me. He literally told me it happened.
Okay, well, that settles it. So I guess the real moral of the story is that before any of you have any opinions on anything, you should wait for me to drop the video. Nice. At least finish the clip. I don't get you people. I don't get any of you. Fuck, we should just talk about consent right away, shouldn't we? Are we doing the Callaghan wrap-up right now? I mean, he's having panic attacks. I'm going to assume those are true. Apparently, according to some of the allegations against him, he would like sob after getting turned down by girls he was trying to pressure into having sex with him. So it makes sense to me that his life being ruined with all these accusations would also induce some kind of panic response. He deserves to have, I don't want to say he deserves to have his life ruined because that's fundamentally not like the point is reform attitude of mine, but there will be and should be consequences for his behavior. And his behavior was really bad. That's what I mean. Like it's
okay. Yeah. Anyways, then he goes to his ethics. I don't know about H3's statement, guys. Not always correct. He might have confirmed certain things. Yeah. Well, we already went over it, Chinchilla. I don't know if you heard the. Well, now you heard like Ethan Klein's statement, or it was cut with like Vosh's opinion, but it's not clear. It's really not clear. Well, except that like end part, the like, I think I agree with Vosh's assessment. Like Andrew Callaghan is basically saying like, wait until I'll come out with my statement, and probably is gonna like make it a gaslight, my word against your word situation. I think that's a fair assumption to make, but we'll see. Hello, hey, Things Sabercat, how are you doing? Ooh, really, I'm highly skeptical about this. I'm like, if the account is true, why did she wait so long? Why didn't she report it to the police? Why did she do a quote mining? And why, if this was real, then why not go to a reliable platform like a newspaper? Instead, she releases this on TikTok. So I have some answers to some of your questions. First of all, why did she wait so long? Several of those stories and several of those victims have been trying to be heard for years. Going through this Reddit thread, if you go back in the VOD, we went through like every single point of this Reddit thread. We went through the receipts, the screenshots, the videos. We went through every single thing that's been compiled here. I can link you the thread if you want to go through it yourself. Here, it's in chat right now. We went through everything. Several of those stories, I don't remember which ones exactly off the top of my head, but there's a lot of stuff in here. Several of those stories have been told multiple times over the past few years. Some of those victims have been trying to get their stories heard since like 2017, 2018, 2019, 2020. So it's not like, first off, it's not like they've waited to come out with this. It's just that now it's getting public traction, which I think is a really important distinction. Secondly, Why did she do a quote mining? I'm not sure what you mean by that. I'm assuming what you mean by that is like all the DMs they received. Well, I don't know. Honestly, some of those DMs are, in my opinion, remove credibility from the story and should have just not been included. Like I went to high school with him and I heard he's a piece of shit. Like you shouldn't have that. Like that's not very serious. That stuff has no place in like a first-hand testimony of sexual misconduct. But it is what it is. That was perhaps a mistake. Perhaps I'm gonna assume she meant well, wanted to include everything that was like coming at her. We need to understand that it's not an easy position to be in. Why, if this was real, then why not go to a reliable platform? Oh wait, why didn't she report it to the police? Well, that's the same with every sexual assault or misconduct case. Sometimes it does go to the police, and sometimes the victims find it really hard to go to the police. A sexual assault has to be the least well-reported crime in the world. And that's because of the psychological nature of the crime, how vulnerable the victims feel, how most victims just want nothing to do with their abuser or with the situation after it happened. And on top of that, then there's a societal stigma. A lot of victims will only add to their suffering if they go to the police, if they make it public, etc. There are a lot of reasons why victims don't do it the right way when it comes to being right in that situation. F? No, the stream's still up. Finally, if this was real, then why not go to a reliable platform like a newspaper? Instead, she releases this on TikTok. The truth is, this is going to be we're in 2023. I know that's a meme phrase, but it's true. We are in 2023. People can get their voice out there, be heard, and express themselves on social media. So, of course, they're going to use social media to do just that. Some of the testimonies have gone through some level of attempted vetting. Now, I'll agree with you that I would prefer that vetting to be done by a licensed journalist. But then the other problem is, this is about an internet person. Even though Andrew Callaghan just signed on with HBO, would journalists actually cover the story? Would they put in the work, check your receipts, take the testimonies, etc.? I understand why those victims just are like, dude, I'm just gonna film my testimony and put it out on TikTok. Not if HBO is involved. Yeah, the fact that he signed on with HBO definitely makes it like a mainstream newsworthy story. I agree with that. And once again, also, not all people are rational. Not all people are like perfect masters of their emotions and their actions and thinking through all the consequences. In fact, I would go so far as to argue no one is a perfect master of their decision making and emotions and rationale. So maybe that was a mistake as well. I said it myself going through the receipts. One of the testimonies, for example, was a thread on H33 Productions, where the person posting the thread say that they have sent proof of their identity and receipts, proof of their encounter, to the subreddit's moderators. I would obviously prefer those subreddit's moderators instead of having journalists, right? That would normally be the journalist's job. They would protect the person, the eyewitness, the victim. They would protect them and their identity, but you would trust the journalist to have done the due diligence of verifying their identity, their receipts, they were in the right place at the right time compared to their testimony, etc. And yeah, sure, I agree with you on that. Sometimes if you get confronted by a guy that does something to you, like you see him online all the time and he seems to get away with it, it will hurt more and more. Adriana Lee is a great example. When Crazy Slick touched her and her talking about it like 2 years later. Yeah, Moldy Freckle, who has her whole testimony up on TikTok still, explains that exactly. She says that when she saw his face on HBO, she couldn't stay silent. The fact that the other woman, God, I can't remember their names, Cornbread Asserole, also came out with her testimony before, also played a big part. There are several factors in why Moldy Freckle came out with her testimony, but that was one of them, absolutely. Really, I'm always reminded of these non-police involved trial by public of this speech from the Next Generation.
Good Lord, didn't anybody here subscribe?
What?
Thank you. Captain's Log Supplemental. Admiral Thomas Henry, who has worked closely with Nora Satie in the past, has arrived to observe the hearing.
I'm gonna get, like, copyright strike for this.
Your full name?
Jean-Luc Picard.
Rank and position?
Captain, Federation Starship Enterprise.
How long have you held this post?
Over 3 years, since starting 41124.
Very well. Admiral?
If you don't mind, there is something I would like to say.
If you have a statement, you'll have an opportunity to make it later.
I believe that Chapter 4, Article 12 of the Uniform Code of Justice grants me the right to make a statement before questioning begins.
Very well.
I'm deeply concerned about what is happening.
That is so Jean-Luc Picard to be his own lawyer and like actually know all the bylaws and all that shit.
It began when we apprehended a spy, a man who admitted his guilt and who will answer for his crime. But the hunt didn't end there. Another man, Mr. Simon Tarsius, was brought to trial, and it was a trial.
Anyways, I'm not gonna watch through all of it. I actually really like Jean-Luc Picard and the Next Generation, but it's first off it's copyrighted, and then also it's like. It's slow, okay? I really love it, but it's slow. I like it in my own time. I don't want to restream that stuff. But I get the vibe, right? Or correct me if I'm wrong, but it's a kangaroo court. Proven already by the dynamic where they don't let him speak his piece, even though it's his right. And if he like didn't know the bylaw, they would have already started fucking him over. He's being framed or like falsely accused, and that's what you're thinking of, like the trial by public. The mob court thing, right? Only reputable story on this is Rolling Stone. Media doesn't care. Yeah, that's the thing. That's the thing I was saying. Like, mainstream media is not gonna care about this until enough noise is made. Really, I would say this is like Rudy Giuliani, not prepared to say it in court stuff over the big lie. I'm skeptical because all these code-named people attacking a named individual doesn't feel right to me. It's people behind anonymity attacking an individual. It's not true anonymity, right? At the point where like Moldy Freckle and like a lot of those stories are anonymous, but Moldy Freckle and Cornbread Asserole, sure, they're posting behind what's it called? A nickname, a pseudonym, but they're putting their face on it, okay? You can go on TikTok. Whatever you do, please don't go and like harass them or send them DMs or whatever. You can go on TikTok, you can type Moldy Freckle, and she's there. She's put her face behind her allegations. And she even mentions in like her latest video, like her family has identified her in the videos. Her and as like asking questions to her about it. The people who know her IRL now know that she is also Moldy Freckle, and she's lived through this. Cornbread Asserole obviously took down her account because of the harassment. I don't know that for a fact, but it's pretty clear that's what happened. There are no videos anymore, but she was also someone. Well, look, there's even her full name here. She's also someone who posted with her face. I I understand that you still don't see it as very legitimate, but the fact that they're putting their face out there is a huge boost in credibility. Now, once again, I'm gonna like take a bit of the Vosh approach, which it's not Vosh's approach. It's the approach I had since the beginning covering this. It's that if it was just one testimony, I would be pretty skeptical. When it's multiple testimonies of, once again, people putting their, like, this, here's her real name, here's her real face, people putting themselves out there, multiple people, the approaches, the ways of interacting with Andrew Callaghan that they're describing independently are coherent and consistent with each other. That makes it very, very credible in my eyes. At the moment, I find those testimonies very, very credible, especially, well, Cornbread Asserol's and Moldy Freckles testimonies. Then there are some other testimonies which are more like someone getting something in a DM and talking about it. That's obviously less credible. I have no problem conceding that. Doxman and Strikes Again. It's like it's in the Rolling Stones article. Her name is there and it's on her profile. Yeah, I'm really skeptical if things come from TikTok. In my opinion, he can be creepy or just a full-blown rapist. I've seen too many witch hunts coming from TikTok. Like how this girl said the N-word when she was 14 and now is 17. I hold my judgment for now. That is a fair stance to take. Like I don't mind that. I'm just telling where I'm at in my reasoning. I don't think like waiting and seeing waiting to make an opinion is wrong in this kind of situation. Absolutely not. And the witch hunt thing is a whole other story, okay? People needing to virtue signal by dogpiling someone for a mistake they did years ago, like especially something like obviously saying the N-word is bad, but that's comparing that to like sexual assault. I would put the statute of limitations on saying the N-word to a couple years if you've moved on from it. Okay, like you apologize and fuck. Get your if the person has their shit together, they apologize, they've moved on. Obviously, I'm not a person of color, so I guess to a lot of people, my opinion doesn't matter on this. But at that point, I wouldn't care. I would consider it a witch hunt as well, honestly. Do you think making an opinion too quickly is wrong? Generally, yes. I would say that, yes. Coming to a conclusion too quickly is. It's not necessarily wrong. There actually are situations where fence sitting too much is wrong as well. What I would say is it's risky. Making an opinion too quickly is risky. You're taking a higher risk of being wrong. That's how I would put it. And with serious allegations, being wrong is, well, much more serious than with like whatever. That's how I would phrase it, I guess. There are situations where I don't like jumping to a conclusion. And like, I don't know, it might not come off that way because I'll admit I have been speaking with a lot of certainty while covering this, and maybe that's a mistake of mine. I don't believe, like what Vosh was saying, beyond a reasonable doubt, blah blah blah, like 100%. I don't know. All I'm saying is the like probabilistic as evaluation of it I have, and where I stand on that, on how likely I think it is that those allegations are true or not. And obviously that's my opinion based on what we've seen, and I've given my arguments. I think you're being fair. Aw, you guys aren't even like fighting each other. That's so cute. Okay, let's have more Jean-Luc Picard. Dude, can you believe, okay, I'm gonna go to like a completely different topic. Can you believe we went from this Jean-Luc Picard, where is he like citing law?
Over 3 years since started 4-1.
Name?
Jean-Luc Picard.
Rank?
Federation Starship Enterprise.
How long have you held this post?
Something I would like to say.
If you have a statement, you'll have an opportunity to make it later.
I believe that Chapter 4, Article 12 of the Uniform Code of Justice grants me the right to make a statement before questioning begins.
Ooh, boom. How did we go from this to... How do we go from that to, like, this?
They found us. Move now.
Wait, no, this is not the right one. Fuck. Picard provoking. I forgot the name of the people he's provoking, but it's in the new show, Picard, which makes it really hard to like search for it. Card bar fight. Oh, maybe with the bar fight. Wait, no, that's not the one. It's ridiculous. Like, he acts so ridiculous. We went from this like really thoughtful and intelligent Picard to like starting stupid fights in the middle of to like and like getting people murdered in the middle of a town to like advance his agenda in the new show. I forgot who produced that show. It's like ridiculous. When you enjoyed like the Next Generation, going to the new Picard is painful. Yeah, like the Andrew Tate fence sitters, somebody that knows about European law traditions, when they charge you, you're pretty much behind bars. No, look, there are cases where people have been falsely accused or falsely convicted even. Like, still got to grant that. I would say it's more like knowing about Andrew Tate, okay? Like, after covering so much of his content and like reading what the Romanian court has declared and what the Romanian court has leaked and the like Romanian media and stuff, yeah. Hey, wholesome chat, yes. We don't fight. He got arrested by Romanian police. Yes, he did, and he's in detention, or he's detained until further, well, the court case actually starts. Basically, they don't. Surprisingly, they don't trust this multi-millionaire guy with 27 passports to not run away from the country. So even though he's said on record on social media that he would run away from the country if he had the chance. So surprisingly, there's no bail. It really makes you think. Yeah, we talked about it a lot yesterday. I'll probably have a video out about it in the next couple days. About exactly that ridiculous situation he put himself in. Which that's literally just the consequences of his own actions at that point. Hey, this is some like old stuff. All right, what actually that's like all the content I had for tonight. It was Andrew Callaghan. I don't think I have anything else to show. Okay, I really want to find that Picard clip. I don't know if I can. This is why I'm skeptical, and also when I hear no argument statements like listen and believe, I shiver. As in what criminal context would that exist anywhere else? Just consider if I'm found covered in blood with an axe and I said, well, they had it coming. Listen and believe. Oh, yeah, for sure. I mean, like, at no point... I understand you also joined in, like, really late when I mostly made my mind up. But at no point do I want to come off as someone who doesn't grant value to the rule of law and proper, Tom Ray, and proper judiciary processes, right? That's not That is not my stance, okay? I like I just said, I think I can come to, and I have come to a conclusion on how likely the allegations are, and I find them very credible personally. But yeah, that's as much as I can say about it. And who knows? Like, it is possible. It is possible that Andrew will come out with like proof that, you know, on that specific day he wasn't even there. That's stuff that's happened in the past. So we will see. For like specific allegations, obviously, because there's multiple of them. Westcliff, woman jailed over false rape claims. Yeah, I actually talked about this yesterday. There was this case here in France that's really sad. A young Arab kid, when he was like 17, got convicted of rape. 27 years later, the woman who was supposedly the victim, after going through therapy and working through a lot of trauma around that event, she was under pressure from her family to lie about how she lost her virginity. There's like a lot of fucked up stuff going on her family side that explains what happened. She wrote to the DA admitting that she had made up her testimony, and that well, now at that point that he wasn't a kid anymore, that man was innocent of the rape that he had gotten convicted for over 20 years ago. So it's very rare, but those kinds of things do happen, yes. Tom Brady, right? Sucks being brown. It does. It actually does. Jokesta. That story pissed the shit out of me. You know why? Because it was so fucking racist. The girl was like a young, upper middle class, well educated girl who was and like I'm quoting the criminal psychologist who, or I forgot the term, like forensic psychologist. A forensic psychologist had an interview with the girl and the boy. And then the forensic psychologist's interview was admitted into court, as I don't know if it gets admitted as evidence. I don't know like the workings of French court, but it was admitted into court and heard. The testimony of the psychologist was that she was a mature, promising, intelligent young girl who showed no signs of someone unstable who might be making this up, whereas the boy, who also had like the context was he'd been involved in like muggings and violence. He had already had arrests by the police. The boy is an unstable boy showing anti-societal sociopathic tendencies, who clearly is a very credible abuser in this situation. I was reading that like, Jesus Christ, I'm like never giving credibility to a forensic psychologist ever again, okay? That fucking JCS channel on YouTube, you know what I'm talking about, right? The guy, yeah, JCS criminal psychology, going into like analyzing micro expressions and doing all that shit. Like I'm like so over it. That stuff is so dangerous. JCS is Mr. Hindsight, yeah. You'll learn that everyone is making up their job soon enough. Oh, I've known that for years. Come on, I've had a job, and I was making up shit as I went along. So obviously, I realized at some point, oh shit, everyone's doing that too. But like some people, you would like to think, and I know what you're saying, and like obviously I'm being a bit naive there, but you'd like to think that people in situations where with responsibilities, where like their decisions have consequences over other people's lives, would actually take that shit a bit more seriously. But yeah, and I mean some do, like, you know. There's like NASA engineers that take their shit seriously, and their rockets don't crash, or SpaceX or whatever. There is cops who take their job seriously. Thankfully, there are some people who do understand the weight of the responsibility that's on their shoulders, but sadly, not everyone. The world is not that yellow. Fuck CSI Miami and its oversaturation. True. Absolutely true. That shit's painful on the eyes. All right, Tom Brady kissed the girl. Let's okay, fuck, there's Tom Brady. I hope you're okay with the Sabercat. I don't want to like read the whole story cuz a woman who made a series of false rape claims has been jailed following work by some of our specialist detectives. I mean, good that the truth came out. I'll just go over it quickly though. One of the men even agreed to have a GPS tracking tag fitted to his ankle, which would send an alarm to police if it was destroyed or taken off. Wait, sorry. What? Kathy Richardson made a series of allegations against 2 men between January and May last year. Those allegations led to officers carrying out 16 investigations. As part of these investigations, one of the men she accused was arrested and made subject to a forensic examination. However, as officers progressed, they found that CCTV, phone data, and information from automatic number plate recognition cameras showed the alleged attacker was not in the area at the time Richardson alleged the assaults to have taken place. Yep. That shit happens. NASA is a hoax. They do make stuff up. The world is flat. And they just say it's round so they can get millions in funding for their fake space programs. You believe the world even exists? Noob. You believe the Earth? You believe the Earth exists? Wow, you're a sheep. You don't even know the truth. Valorant ranks are a hoax. True. Jill Wendy Dando was an English journalist, television presenter, and newsreader. She spent most of her career at the BBC and was the corporation's Personality of the Year in 1997. At the time of her death, blah, blah, blah. The arrest of local nutter Barry George was why circumstantial evidence is something I'm always suspicious of. Yeah, and once again, that's absolutely a fair stance to take. Like, that is absolutely fair. There's also this. Okay.
Caroline, oh, keep my name out of your thin mouth.
What?
She stole my broccoli.
Okay.
Casserole recipe 8 years ago.
Oh no.
She claimed it was hers. No, you're not talking about it.
Oh shit, the drama.
She a crazy lady. She's a rotten recipe stealing bitch.
Oh shit.
Careful who your friends are.
Damn. Facebook arguments be going hard. Watch out for the roosters, yeah. Yo, Helen. Don't do me dirty like that. The broccoli casserole. That's the true drama, yeah. I love this guy's style though. That is he's getting a perm. Oh, that's how his hair is like so beautiful, like look at his hair.
She claimed it was hers.
Look at his beautiful hair. And it's a bit weedy, but he's got nice hair. Okay, I would sniff it. In John Zerka mode. Watch out for the roosters. Yeah. Oh yeah, I already read that. Oh yeah, I appreciate when I was worried about cocks in YouTube videos. Yes, nice cocks. That's a nice poster to have at home, honestly. Shut up. It's a conversation starter. All right. Oh yeah, you want to talk about Tom Brady? Tom Brady kissed the girl. I have no idea what I'm getting into here. Tom Brady kissing people compilation. What? Oh no! Right, I know what you were talking about. Yo, it's Tom Brady kissing his son, right? It's Tom Brady kissing his son. I saw the posts about it. Yeah.
In a documentary called Tom vs. Time, there's a scene showing 5-time Super Bowl winner Tom Brady getting a massage. Then his 11-year-old son comes in the room and asks him if he can check his fantasy football standings.
I was wondering if I could check my fantasy team.
What do I get?
already know, Jack. Everything comes at a cost, bud.
That was like a peck.
The second kiss shared by father and son prompted tweets from viewers using words like very disturbing and uncomfortably long. So we asked New Yorkers what they thought.
I'm a little uncomfortable with that.
I think at a certain age, it's like, okay, you can kiss.
I love this guy. Oh god, I love this guy's vibe. Oh god, I want to just I want to hear his take on this, like for hours. Okay.
What they thought.
I'm a little uncomfortable with that.
he's like so soft spoken. I'm a little uncomfortable with that. God, I want to know his opinion on everything now. Actually, that was soothing.
I think at a certain age, it's like, okay, you can kiss him on the cheek, you can give him a hug, you know, but not in the mouth and not for that long.
Too long, like romantic long.
He's laying there naked getting a massage, too.
So that makes it weird?
Yeah.
I kiss my son on my lips. I have since day one. You know, I would have no problem with my son kissing me like that.
Lifestyle and parenting expert Liz Stern says,
yeah. The kid doesn't seem comfortable. Wait, let's listen to the expert, okay? Let's listen to the expert opinion. Lifestyle and parenting expert coming to the rescue, telling us what to think.
She doesn't see anything wrong.
If you kiss your kids too much, it's the wrong thing. If you kiss your kids too little, it's the wrong thing. If you hug too much, it's the wrong thing. Or, you know, I think people need to back off and just stop parent shaming.
Of the people we spoke
parent
to,
shaming.
No one questioned Tom Brady's intentions toward his child, but they did seem to question the message he's sending with his actions.
I don't think affection should ever be tied in with a favor.
Carolyn Meyer-Wartels is a licensed clinical social worker and parenting expert. She says when it comes to physical touch, the message we send our children should be clear.
You don't do anything with your body because someone else is insisting that you do it in order for you to get what you want.
Even if the person insisting is mom or dad. In Manhattan, Elise Finch, CBS 2 News.
That's like based me. Yeah, that's your take, jokester, right? It was payment. That's Callaghan level creepy. That is a correct take. I have to agree with both you and her. Though I do want to nuance it with with something. It's that it's subtle, and the reason I'm saying this is that I don't think it's something that Tom Brady thinks about. Like, I think a lot of people would say that kind of sentence, like, "Hey, did you think it's free? And like, give me a hug," or something like that. And when you analyze it, it's clearly wrong. But in the moment, I feel like a lot of parents have done in the past that mistake. And then their children will do that mistake as well. And that's why I'm saying it's subtle. It's like, if not for like the kiss on the lips, if it was just about a hug, a lot of people wouldn't even notice. They wouldn't even register that, oh, right, it's like a physical favor for like permission to check something. I imagine it's online or something or whatever. So I'm not hating on Brady for that. It's more like, okay, he needs to like have a moment of introspection and understand that he's like giving off this wrong lesson about what do I get in creepo voice? Yeah. I don't read it as creepy. I read it as like someone who doesn't know that it's wrong in that sense. As for the kiss itself, I don't know. I don't have good memories of that back then. I think when I was really young that there were kisses on the lips in my family, but they were always like pecks. It wasn't like, that's just a peck. Like, come on, give me a real kiss. That weirds me out. That weirds me out because that's not what's the norm for me. I don't think it's necessarily inherently wrong, but the way it happens is weird. Of like, what that's it? Like, come on, put some tongue in it. That's there's something weird in that. I agree as well. I agree he doesn't know it's wrong. I guess it's a question of at what age do children get to set their own boundaries. Well, the reason I'm saying that is to me it's more like it's more like he needs to go see a therapist and like or deconstruct what things his parents had him learn and what he's transmitting to his children. And that's like, you know, hard work. That makes me a little uncomfortable. Not knowing something is wrong isn't an excuse. No, it's not an excuse, but it's important in how people judge him. Because I've seen like tweets about this where people are going in, where people are like being like Tom Brady is a pedo and is abusing his children, and I'm like, whoa, maybe. Okay, maybe. I don't know, but like, whoa, if like you can't come to that conclusion from what we just saw. Okay, like there are even if you think what we just saw is wrong, there are quite a few steps between what we just saw and like he's a pedophile and he's abusing his children. There's a few more things that need to happen to get to that statement. So like the intention is important. That's why I'm talking about. Does he even know that? Has he even deconstructed what you noticed, Jokester, and what that psychologist noticed? That he's asking for a physical favor in payment for another favor. He probably hasn't, and yeah, it would be good if he did it. And it's bad that he hasn't. It's still a wrong thing. It's not an excuse, but intention is part of morality. French people kiss all the time. They're all sexual deviants, true. Dude, I've been reading articles recently. It's so cringe. I've been reading articles recently about how France has an incest problem. Like I've been talking about it with Sophie, with my girlfriend, because she's been reading this book by a sociologist who's also done like a deep dive into analyzing the history of incest in France. And I haven't read the book yet. I need to get into it, but geez. Oh geez, like the sad part is people joke about this, but there's a lot of truth to it. It's the boy's body language, like he doesn't want to do it, and it's like, this again. The second time around, maybe, yeah. The first time around, he has this like smile where it's like it's still part of the game. Where I'm not hating on that. Let's rewatch it. Let's get the play-by-play. See if he puts some more. I'm gonna do the John Madden commentary. All right.
Versus time.
We got his son approaching the finish line with the ball.
Then
He's about to make the pass.
And asks him if he can check his fantasy football standings.
I was wondering if I could check my fantasy team.
What do I get?
You see, like he does the head thing of like he doesn't want to, but he does the head thing and he approaches with a smile, but he's got like this happy gait almost. Like I don't get the impression of a kid who doesn't want physical contact with his father, basically. In this specific moment, that's what I was thinking. But then maybe when he calls him back to give a longer kiss, maybe then that's where you saw something weird.
You know, Jack, everything comes at a cost, bud. That was like a peck.
The second kiss shared by father and son prompted tweets from viewers.
Okay, now I agree. Now he's like, he even does the micro expression. Like, ugh. Like, I really don't want to be doing this. You're right. Like, so yeah, like the second time around, he's actually fucking hating. You're like JCS. Yeah, like 15 minutes after saying JCS is bullshit, I'm actually doing the JCS thing. Put some tongue in it, boy. Yeah. He wipes his mouth after two. It's slobber. Wait, after the first kiss too.
Shared by father and son.
Wait, let's double check that.
That was like a peck.
The second kiss shared
oh, maybe.
prompted tweets from viewers using words like very disturbing and uncomfortably long. So we asked New Yorkers what they thought.
Yeah, he's not enjoying it. Definitely not the second one. The first one, he's turned away from the camera. I don't know if he's wiping his mouth, but he does take his left hand and like put it somewhere here, which, yeah, he's actually wiping his mouth both times. Now that I'm like doing the movement, it's true. This is a little uncomfortable. Yeah, let's get that. Let's get the proper take once again.
I'm a little uncomfortable with that.
Yeah, I think that's all we need to hear actually about this. Let's play it again.
Long. So we asked New Yorkers what they thought.
I'm a little uncomfortable with that.
I think at a certain.
Yeah, I think that's all we need to hear actually. Yep. Need to clip that guy. Yeah, that is the perfect take. I got nothing to add. I'm a little uncomfortable with that. All right. Tom Brady kissing people compilation while we're at it. Okay, okay, not this one again. I want to watch that one again. Do a sound alert. Oh yeah, yeah. As a video alert for the channel. Yes. Good one. I need to write that down. Yeah, that's a good one. Wait, let me just make sure I don't have like incriminatory notes in my notepad. Wait, what? Sorry, that was important. Okay, notes. I'm a little uncomfortable with that. Arrow, make a clip, and let's link the video. Was it this video? Yeah, it's this video. Timestamp is around like 30 seconds. That's a short video. I'll find it. I don't need to note the timestamp. Cool. Tom Brady kissing people. Let's go. Hey, he's hugging him. Oh, is it his dad? Because I remember seeing a tweet about it where like he used to kiss his dad on the lips, or like he still does. And this looks like it's after a victory, so they're like, oh yeah, it's the same old dude. Yeah, it's probably his dad. And like, oh, that's the owner of the team, Kraft. Oh, okay. I guess he kisses everyone then. It's just free kisses for all. Hope you enjoyed this video. It was kind of a meme. Okay, awesome. He's a slut. Okay, let's not slut shame Tom Brady, please. Please. Tom Brady kissing boys compilation. I'm done. I'm done. This is making me a little uncomfortable, okay? No, Rob Kraft. Okay, what was the other thing? Okay, I had some... Wait. I actually have some... God, this is like... We're going from some like wacky Tom Brady kissing people stuff to... Oh, shit. Andrew. These YouTube piano tutorial videos are getting out of hand. Motherfuckers out here really like 5132541554555. Bro, just learn to read sheet music at this point. True. Okay. As you got a sick alert prompting out of it. Yeah, that was fun. Okay, I had a bookmark here I did earlier today. Oh yeah, I wanted to go over some Ukraine news. So, sorry, we're going back to serious topics here. We went from like a bit more lighthearted stuff, but there was something interesting I saw recently that I might be important. So I wanted to go over some like expert opinions about it. The Gonzala thing? No, the Surovikin demotion. I'm interested in like what that could mean for the future of the Russian side of the war, because Surovikin has been really important in the as a general until now. So. Okay, so today, Shoigu and Gerasimov demoted Surovikin and put Gerasimov in charge of the operation in Ukraine, demoting their most competent senior commander and replacing him with an incompetent one. This is a story that has it all: infighting, power struggles, and jealousy. Been following Julia Davis. She translates Russian media. Okay, I'll make a note to follow her. I like having good sources. On Twitter for Russian news. Especially if they don't post like combat footage and gore and stuff like that. I normally don't do it. Like the second I see r/combat footage on Reddit, I just don't click the video. I made the mistake of watching a video the other day, and it's brutal. It's like If you've ever dreamt about going to war and have glorified it, actually you should go to that subreddit and see what the reality is, because it's not fun. There's nothing fun about it. I'm not gonna describe it. It's all right, but like, yeah. You should watch the propaganda videos Russia put out. I love those. Oh yeah, I also had I sent to myself on my email the yeah. Let's do a Russia segment right now. Okay, we're gonna do the Surovikin demotion, and then I got a great video of Russian pundits talking about Macron sending tanks to Ukraine. Oh God. Does Neyman still read streams chat or not anymore? Yes, I do. I read Joe Hobo's messages earlier, but I missed your like it ain't great one. So I do read you. I got it open on my second screen. Anyways, Call of Duty is so fun. Yeah, I was actually thinking about it, dude. Okay, sorry. Last segue. Today I took my first class at the shooting club. Like well, I had the class before, right? I had the classes to like get my permit. But those were mostly safety rules and how to behave around the shooting range, and also like basic holding the gun. But I had my first like actual shooting class today, and the instructor at the shooting range at the club I go to, he is a guy who used to be French like special ops, like an actual fucking retired operator guy, and he why was I thinking about this? Fuck, oh yeah, Call of Duty is so fun. So after the class, so he gave me some great tips. I learned a lot in that one class. I have a lot of stuff to like work on the next like over the next couple of months when I go to the shooting range, and with my posture, how I hold the gun, how I press the trigger, etc., etc. And after the session, since it went by pretty fast, he was talking to me about the difference between what he teaches, because he teaches a bit more of like a practical operator approach to the firearm. And like, I mean, he's like honest about it. Like what I'm teaching you is how to use a firearm to kill people. And he isn't glorifying it. He's just like being like real about it. This is not the like strict sports approach. And so like he hadn't like I asked him a couple questions about the specific differences, and like, so for example, one thing that he taught me was like, if you're holding the gun here, no finger on the trigger, but as you put the gun up to your eyes, you take sight. You not only put your finger on the trigger as you take the posture, but you also pull the trigger up to the wall. So you're like right away ready to shoot. And obviously, like, yeah, that's like you're in a life or death situation approach, not you're chilling at the range and taking your time, etc., etc. Or like a competition, like a speed competition approach, where the timer starts and you have to put the gun up and shoot as fast as possible. But that had me thinking when I was walking back home, like, damn, like this I don't know, I really feel, and it's not something I would ever want to stop feeling, the weight of responsibility when you're holding a gun. It's not a vacuous thing. It's not something to take lightly, And I appreciate, even though it made me a little uncomfortable in the moment to like hear him be like, yeah, this is how you approach it to like shoot people. It's a good discomfort, and it's good that it made me uncomfortable, but it's also in a way good that he's being honest about it. He's not trying to lie to you about what it is that you're holding in your hands. And that had me thinking about like those kids like who went to Afghanistan, who went to Iraq, and then we had those interviews where the kids are like traumatized, and like, this isn't like Call of Duty. I don't know. It like somehow the two things are connected to me in my head. Like, on the one hand, this instructor, special ops guy who's like really serious about this and real about it, and then those poor kids who got sent to Afghanistan and Iraq and were like, "Fuck, this isn't Call of Duty." Yeah, it's not Call of Duty. Anyways, that's okay. Just wasn't sure if you read streams anymore, because I remember you said you shouldn't last time I watched your stream. It's fine. It was more like it's more that if like Twitch chat is really busy, I'm gonna focus on Twitch chat. But hey, I love you, buddy. Okay, I want to read your messages. Oh yeah, did you buy that handgun? I don't have the right to own a gun yet. I have passed my second in like controlled, what they call controlled fire, basically inspection to every 2 months. Okay, French law. Quick recap. French law on sports shooting, owning semi-automatic guns. First off, I need to have a doctor's note saying that I'm apt of mind and body in order to be a sports shooter. The doctor's note is a statement on is an an oath or statement that they don't, that I've never been interned in a psychiatric facility, that I physically can, apt of mind and body. Yeah. Okay. Doctor's note. Then criminal record, obviously. No felonies, no I don't remember like what it corresponds to in like classification of crimes, but basically a criminal record needs to be blank, completely blank. Then I go to the club, I show them all the paperwork, and we book an introductory session. At the introductory session, I'm with a couple other prospective club members. Go to the club. We go into a room with the instructor, the same special ops instructor I was talking about. He does a lot of instructor work at that club. And on the table in front of us are Glocks with snap caps. For those unfamiliar, those are just plastic bullets. They don't shoot. There's no powder in them, so perfectly safe. And he will, at that point, he teaches us the safety rules. Anyone who's wielded guns should know them by heart. Can I recite them off the top of my head right now? Never point, they're not in order, but never point a gun at anything that you don't want to destroy. Always check if the gun is loaded, even if you just saw someone check it, you should double check it yourself. Never put the finger on the trigger until you're ready to shoot, which goes together with the first one, which means that you have to already be pointing at something that you want to destroy before your finger goes on the trigger. Yeah, the gun is always loaded even when it's not. Act like every gun is loaded. Those are all variations on the same theme. Always check if the gun is loaded. Double check it, triple check it, whatever. Always check. And the last one was be aware of your surroundings. The one instructor who wanted to recruit you, he doesn't want to recruit me in anything. Okay, so you learn the 4 basic rules. Then, how to hold the gun. Okay, he checks that you, how to inspect the gun. So, okay, you check the mag well. He was like, put the finger in the mag well to show that you, verify. I can't bend my finger like that. Wait, what did I just do? I have no idea what I did. So you check the mag well, then you obviously the slide was open, so you then check the inside. I'll spare you the step by step, but basically we learn to load bullets into a magazine. Then we learn to put a gun into a loaded mode, ready to fire. I don't remember the exact term in English. Safely, so without ever putting your hand in front of the gun, without the gun ever swerving left or right, or up or down, and with the gun always pointed down range. We learn how to do the basic manipulations: load the gun, unload the gun safely, etc., etc., etc. You had all fingers up but your pinky. Oh, like this? Oh, if you learn to play piano, if you learn to play piano, you end up learning a little bit of thumb and hand independence. Are you training your army? Yes, we're getting ready, Wick. We're taking over your channel, okay? I'm teaching them. Get out of here. You're gonna learn our special tactics. Next raid, Wick. Your channel's mine. Also, how are you doing, buddy? Long time no see. I saw you had some really cool panels recently. I haven't yet caught up with them, but I want to check them out. By the way, is that a Nord piano? Yeah, I got myself a Nord piano used. I got it like less than half price. Really good deal. But yeah, it's a legit Nord piano. Amazing sound. If I turn on Ableton, you can actually hear it. It's plugged into the sound card. But I don't want to get sidetracked. So you learn all the safety rules. You learn to shoot. Then you go to the then if you've passed the safety rules, which there was 4 of us, 2 of the prospective club members were thrown out because they fucked up. No, actually, it was only one of them. There was 3 of us, and one of them, this old lady, didn't have enough wrist strength to pull the slide back without like the gun swerving left and right. Her trigger finger kept like slipping onto the trigger as well because she was like too focused on trying to pull the slide, and she kept like forgetting the instructions. She was like messing up the steps in like what she was doing. So the guy was like, "No, I can't let you pass." So then we go to the shooting range with, and once we're in the shooting range, he gives us real bullets, and then we shoot. We each shot like 5 bullets. Then we had to unload the gun, and then 3 bullets. He loaded 8 bullets in the magazine at that point. So, and then if we did all this correctly, we get our permit, and we now are licensed shooters in France. However, being a licensed shooter doesn't mean you can own a gun yet. I can own Class C guns, which are bolt action or single fire, like breech loaded guns, shotguns. So I can own hunting guns, but I cannot own Class B guns, which are semi-automatic. In order to own semi-automatic guns, I need to pass 3 tests over the course of at least 6 months. There needs to be 2 months between each test. At the first test was a session at the shooting range where, unbeknownst to me, it was my first time at the shooting range after the instructional session where I got my permit, after which I got my permit. So the head of the shooting range was obviously watching the security cameras as well to make sure I wasn't fucking up. And when I went back, it's in the basement. So when I went back out of the shooting range, he suddenly handed me a paper and a pen and was like, "Here, this is a test. You're gonna answer the questions on it." And it was a test about properly wielding a gun, how to properly take sights, etc., and most importantly about proper safety procedures. What to do in case of a malfunction, what to do if there's an injury in the shooting range, what to do if this or this happens, how to handle, how to carry my gun if I own one, and be in full legality, etc. So I passed the test because, God knows, I was stressed. I had read the rules like twice before going there because I kind of expected that too. And also just because, you know, it's a lethal weapon. You got to treat it responsibly. So I learned the rules. I passed the test. Then 2 months later, I become eligible for the second test. The second test, which I passed now, was just a session at the shooting range. I asked the guy, "Do you like need to be there and like keep a close eye on what I'm doing?" He was like, "No, I'm gonna look at you through the security camera." So I just had a normal session at the range. Went back up, said like, "Hey, have a nice day, bye," and he was like, "Bye," and that was it. So I passed the second test. I don't know what the third test is gonna be. I'm expecting probably like the second one, where it's just gonna be like I go down with a box of 50 bullets. I go back up with a box of 50 shells, casings, and that's it, right? As long as I don't fuck up on the range. To be honest, I'm a little surprised. This is a pretty similar process for the first time you go to a shooting range. Only difference is you're not prohibited from owning a gun beforehand, in most states at least. Similar to the US, I'm in. Yeah, I know. And that's something I was telling I was telling conservatives when having like gun debates, is that you can have you can have pretty permissive gun regulations and laws, like in France, like in Switzerland, like in Denmark. Wait, no, not Denmark. Sweden. I think it's Sweden. Finland, Austria, and still have very strict regulations on like carrying and safety, which have direct impacts on how dangerous it is to run into, like how big are the chances of running into someone with a gun. In France, carrying a gun is a crime. Obviously you can own one and take it to the shooting range, but if you want to take one to the shooting range, your gun has to be either dismantled or have a trigger lock. It has to be unloaded. It has to be in a case that you're constantly going to have on you. You can't carry, you can't concealed carry, you can't open carry. None of that shit passes here. If someone gets into a road rage, they're not going to have a gun. If you get into a bar fight, they're not going to have a gun. Or obviously it's possible. It can still happen. But normally it's not going to happen. And like to me, that's the core difference between the US and France. Because like actually shooting is pretty easy here, honestly. What if it's an aiming test? And after the class I took today, dude, I'm down. I can like in 2 months I'm gonna be fucking competing. I'm gonna be, maybe not, but like the stuff I learned today, I was shooting so well. I don't know, maybe I can show you. Like it was just like 1 or 2 tips, but it completely changed how I was shooting. Like if you go to any indoor range in the US, they're going to ask you if you're a novice or experienced and put you through the same safety course, etc., until they're satisfied you're competent. That makes sense. All right. Yeah, let me import this picture. Okay. Okay. So like this was the result of today's class. This target at the top was just to giving Twitch Trade a new meaning. I just saw that. This target at the top was to evaluate my my flaws. Obviously, shooting to the down to the left. Then so then he told me what was wrong with my posture and all that kind of stuff. So then, and like the way I was holding the gun. So then I was shooting here, and like the thing that revolutionized it was the trigger. Like properly pulling the trigger had me like doing those groups. You see this shit? This was like 4 or 5 shots in a row, all in the same hole. I haven't been doing that until now. That was like, wow, okay, this is a completely different approach. And then like if you see there's a couple of shots like in weird places, that's because the last exercise he had me do, I was 7 meters away. I don't know how many feet that is. You go calculate it. And he was calling. You see, there's like targets 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. He was calling random numbers, and I had to transfer to the number he called and shoot. So as you can see, 5 had a big miss down here as well, but 5, 6, 7, 8 got hit, but then on the top was not doing too well. Oh yeah, guys are talking about lead exposure now. Yeah. Even if the range is well ventilated, it's still unhealthy to be there for long periods of time. Yeah, the instructor was wearing a mask actually when we were shooting, which obviously is for the lead exposure. But yeah, I live in a big city. I live in Paris. The closest outdoor ranges are like an hour and a half away. So it's not really, it's not a possibility for me to go into an outdoor range. That being said, the range I'm going to is very well ventilated. Not for COVID. Obviously, it's better for COVID as well, but for lead exposure is like the main ventilation meme for when it comes to shooting indoors or shooting at all. But yeah, I always wash my hands afterwards. I don't wear gloves, which would be better as well. and yeah, I should also do the like change of clothes stuff, and which I admit I don't do. I also recommend buying lead wipes and wiping yourself down. Yeah, I've been thinking about buying. I've been thinking about buying a pack of lead wipes. That would be a good investment as well. Anyways, that was a long segue. Is Wick even still here? He's like, oh god, some Euro cuck talking about guns. Let's see what this noob has to say. Anyways, okay, I love you, Wick. Okay, sorry for the deer. No, I like talking about it. Okay, I'm having a lot of fun learning to shoot and learning about shooting, and I like sharing it. Oh, by the way, okay, last thing, and we're back on the Ukraine stuff. Do you know this channel, Gun Thoughts? This is like the only GunTuber channel I like. It's the only one I would recommend, but I definitely do recommend it. It's fucking hilarious. They're so good. I'm going to bed. Sorry for the Ukraine. No worries. Have a good night, Namdanet. Like, go see their fuck. If you're gonna just watch one video to like make an opinion on them, go to their rock review. There you go, reviewing a rock. This is the best. This is the best. This is the best gun review I've ever seen. I haven't seen anything political of them in any of their videos, so I don't know if they're Trumpies, but I haven't seen that from them. But if you want a lefty, GunTuber, Tactical Girlfriend, she's not very entertaining. She's very matter of fact. But she's like a left-leaning trans person who is a GunTuber. She has amazing production quality. The intros on her videos are amazing. That's something I can definitely praise. It's just once the video starts, it's just very matter of fact, and like I can't even own guns, so it's not like I'm that interested at that point. They're good, but but those videos aren't what I'm looking for. Yeah, fair enough. Same. I showed your mom my gun last night. Nice. Shoigu, more like Shoigan. Okay, let's change title and move on to Ukraine. That's the call right now. Ooh, yeah. For Ukraine news, Surovikin, more like Surovigan. Wait, can you give me a one-sentence TLDR for the Andrew bit you did? I missed it. Oh, okay. Last one. This one just for Soap. Multiple allegations have come out against Andrew Callaghan. Several of them coming from women who have put their name and their face behind them, that share a lot of disconcerting similarities in his approach, and with receipts of him having met them, as well as the fact that Ethan Klein claims that he has, in a phone conversation with Andrew, stated that Andrew confirmed having indeed met those women. So, given all this, I find the allegations very credible. At least the specific allegations that of those two women who've put their face behind them. All the other like anonymous DM stuff, quite a few of them seem very incoherent or even ridiculous, or even just off topic. Like, who cares about someone who heard about went to the same high school as him and claims to have heard something about him? Like, I'm sorry, that's worth nothing. But the actual serious allegations look credible to me, and I for one will be taking them very seriously. After having gone like through all of them, having gone through the videos, having gone through the rest of the stuff. Make your own opinion. I have a great thread to link if you want to. That like has all the allegations, all the receipts, screenshots of the DMs and all that stuff if you're interested. You can watch the VOD if you want to see me going through that real time. Nothing was pre-watched. I went into this only having seen some like Twitter bullshit about him. But yeah, that's my opinion. I said earlier that I feel justified for not liking him or All Gas No Brakes. I love his content. I love what he's done on YouTube, and I hate what he's done to those women. That's if he's done it, obviously. That's where I stand. I always was a fan of his, so it's actually it sucks. It's a shitty feeling, you know, to see that seems to be who he's been. Interesting convo to have, I think, about him. Not while you're streaming. Sure, yeah. If you want to talk about it off stream, I'm down. Anyways, actual Ukraine news. Let's go. Today, Shoigu and Gerasimov demoted Surovikin and put sorry. Take two. Let me put a marker for the editor. Today, Shoigu and Gerasimov demoted Surovikin and put Gerasimov in charge of the operation in Ukraine, demoting their most competent senior commander and replacing him with an incompetent one. This is a story that has it all: infighting, power struggles, jealousy. It's hard to argue that Surovikin was demoted for cause. As commander, a fixer, he consolidated positions, used resources better, had Putin's ear, is popular among the troops, military bloggers, Kadyrov, Wagner, and mercenaries got a lot of attention. Surovikin has not made strategy blunders on the battlefield like so many other Russian generals have. I do not believe MOD's rationale that it is to generate greater resources. They may need more resources, but such a step is unnecessary. On what grounds was he demoted? Putin appeared to be getting more realistic assessments from Surovikin, a change from when he was getting some other version of events from Shoigu or Gerasimov early on. So the source for this statement is an FT article about how Putin shifted his war messaging to gird Russians for a long fight in Ukraine. I remember this shift in narrative, by the way. That was a long time ago now. But that shift clearly happened when they stopped pretending it was going to be a very short war, and we're like, we're digging in, we're in this for the long run, and it's going to be painful and bloody. This did happen indeed. When is this article from? God, okay, I'll accept cookies, whatever. You win this time. Oh, it screwed with the article. Never mind. Contrast with Gerasimov and Shoigu's command record for this war, it's a flunk. They flunked it. They signed off on a secret plan, multiple bad assumptions, did not tell the majority of their troops, led to big casualties and a partially broken force. Putin's war, the inside story of a catastrophe, from the New York Times, is the source for that statement. Under Shoigu and Gerasimov's command, a large percentage of the ground forces and airborne forces, equipment and personnel were destroyed. Thousands of both are gone. This leadership is so negligent that it should have been grounds for dismissal in any normal system. But they are loyal to Putin, and the system, so they were kept on. Gerasimov and Shoigu for months now have been sidelined from the main command of the operation, as criticism of them mounted from some quarters. So, it wasn't clear to me like which military leaders were responsible for which parts of the military of the invasion, but I guess we're not. I guess we're not. What we're doing is we're not getting the whole article. That's what we're doing. I guess the narrative is that they are responsible for the huge mistakes we saw in the early weeks of the invasion, whether it was the attempt at blitzkrieging Kyiv, whether it was the misallocated resources or absent resources, the messed up logistics of the early months of the war. I do remember definitely when the leadership transferred to Surovikin, and that being pretty big news. Who can claim their leadership is competent after 1 year of this war? But they are experienced players in Moscow. With this change, I view this as a power struggle that has resolved in favor of Shoigu Gerasimov. So where does this go from here? With Gerasimov in charge, if this is indeed permanent, I think the possibility of the Russians asking their tired force to do something that it cannot handle rises exponentially. Gerasimov did not push back in February 2022 and want to do it now. I don't know if that is good or bad for Ukraine. This move also puts pressure on Prigozhin and others who don't trust the MOD leaders anymore. Or they get in line quickly. Wagner has been hurling major insults at the MOD leadership lately. Russia's Wagner militia is openly and angrily feuding with its main military over the faltering invasion of Ukraine. Wagner Group founder Yevgeny Prigozhin backed up criticisms of Russia's top general, the Daily Beast reported. Prigozhin spoke supportively of a soldier who called Valery Gerasimov a motherfucker. More evidence of a rift at the top of Russia's military elite as the Ukraine war drags on. Why do you think Wagner is doing that? I have no clue. I don't have a read on the politics of the Wagner Group, personally speaking. Outside of obviously them being very closely tied to the Russian MOD, to the Kremlin. Unlike what with the Kremlin claiming they're independent or whatever, but clearly there's some politics going on here. They wouldn't do their dirty laundry. They wouldn't be doing their dirty laundry in public if there wasn't more at play, is what I'm assuming. But I don't know what the explanation could be for what is at play here, right? Maybe this article. Let's go through it quickly. Escalating infighting around the war in Ukraine. The intervention by Prigozhin came after a foul-mouthed video from his rank-and-file mercenaries. It could just be backing his... that doesn't seem the Wagner's style, but it could be like backing up his troops for morale, being like, okay, my troops came out with a video on Telegram talking shit about the MOD, so now I have to like have their back, or they're gonna... If like I throw them under the bus, my troops are gonna lose morale. It could just be as simple as that, honestly. But I would imagine there was more to it than that. I feel you're saying, Chinchilla's saying, I feel they want to get more power by sitting on the Russian, shitting on Russian morale, like give us power over the army or something. Maybe there's something to that too, like give more operational freedom or more operational power, where they could like command Russian operations in regions where they're active, perhaps. Prigozhin wants that area for himself to be able to profit from the mines, etc. Yeah, what you guys are saying makes a lot of sense. Absolutely, to like get more contracts, have more leeway and power over the regions where they're operating. Absolutely, that would make sense. Latest salvo in a bitter rift between Russia's former military leaders and Wagner, the private army. Blah blah blah. Prigozhin commented on a video that has circulated for a few days. In the video, Wagner fighter calls Gerasimov a fucking motherfucker. We have nothing to fight with. We have no rounds. The guys are dying for us there, and we're fucking sitting here, not helping. We need munitions. We want to fuck everyone up. Asking to comment on the video, Prigozhin confirmed that it was his soldiers speaking and defended them, the Beast reported. The guys asked me to pass along that when you're sitting in a warm office, it's hard to hear the problems on the front line. It's like killing it's like killing two birds with one stone, if you guys are right? He gets to put pressure on the MOD and maybe get concessions from them, like you guys are saying, but he's also backing his troops. He's cultivating the image of a leader who's actually listening to the rank and file of his battalion, which is important in a time of war. Sotsub saying, basically Wagner, Prigozhin will just shit on anyone and anything to give him more standing with Putin, which is not really doable when you're a formal government force, but he has that flexibility. Could also be that, like internal politics in the Kremlin where, yeah, throwing Gerasimov under the bus will make Prigozhin look better. That's a fair hypothesis as well, for sure. I agree with that. I agree it's a possibility. I have no fucking clue what's going on. I wanted to see if this article was emitting a hypothesis, but they don't seem to be. According to Politico, in October, fractures emerged in the Russian military elite, and two camps formed, with the ultra-hawkish Prigozhin and Kadyrov on one side, and the more establishment figures of Gerasimov and Shoigu on the other. So yeah, well, I guess all they're describing is this internal politics feud. Later, UK intelligence picked up on unsubstantiated rumors that Gerasimov had been removed from office by a displeased Putin, although the Kremlin quickly issued a denial. In mid-December, an unnamed senior U.S. military official told reporters of Russia's fast-diminishing fresh munitions stockpile, which, if confirmed, would add some weight to the Wagner soldiers' complaints. Okay. Did you see the video of the Russian commander beating his soldiers for running away? Not sure if it's Wagner or not, but intense stuff. No, I have not seen that video. I view this news like Shoigu's speech announcing the return of more divisions. Seniors in Moscow are clinging fiercely to the status quo and also the Soviet past. Important to keep in mind that they default to looking inwards and backwards even when it led them to poor outcomes. At War in the Future has an interesting look at Russian forces under Surovikin here. Let's see what Russian forces retain of these strategies, or if they try something else. Russia's new theory of victory, how Moscow is trying to learn from its mistakes. That looks like a good article to read. And as it turns out, the MOD telegram has been shady a few weeks ago. Okay, so she's retweeting a previous tweet of hers, or quote tweeting it actually. Putin presented a state award to Surovikin today, a public move which conveys Putin's support for him as operational commander. It's in the news. Yet on MOD's telegram, sorry, his award was one photo buried within several, no attention or mention by name. What's all that about? Interesting. Interesting. Sotsop saying, that's my understanding, at least, is that Prigozhin is straight up lying about what happens in the field to make Wagner look better and to undermine the Russian military. For instance, the entire situation in Bakhmut. I see. TLDR, Russians demoted their fixer commander in favor of Gerasimov, who last year agreed to and oversaw a debacle invasion plan that resulted in the partial destruction of their army. What? And here's a good thread from Mark Galeotti. Okay. Wait, I think I had that bookmarked, but I'm going to just put it on the side anyways. Yep, that's the other thread I was going to look at. Let me check out this article real quick first. Russia's new theory of victory from December. Oh yeah, that's pretty recent. I'm going to accept and continue. So this is about their new. You need to sign up. Okay, never mind. No article for us. Oof, another long thread. Oh yeah, let's check it out. I was probably going to agree with what she was saying, but we can go through it quickly. Putin's decision to appoint Chief of the General Staff Gerasimov as new overall commander of Ukraine Op is significant. A quick thread. Is it a demotion for former Joint Commander Surovikin? Implicitly, yes, of course, even if being framed simply as a response to the increased status of the operation. What did Surovikin do wrong? Nothing, really. In context, this is not about his morality. Yes, there were all kinds of reversals, including the recent Makivka strike. For those unfamiliar, the Makivka strike is that a strike that, what was it, like 100, perhaps even a couple hundred, I don't remember the exact numbers, troops were stationed in this single building, and operational security was breached. According to the stuff I've read, I haven't fact-checked it, but according to, I think it was according to Ukraine MOD, they were able to detect them because they were using their cell phones. So suddenly there was like 50 Russian cell phones connecting to the same cell phone tower from one position. So they just bombed the building and killed like an entire Russian military group in one go. I think that's the Makivka strike, right? I mean, I'm not sure. I'm not 100% sure about the name, but 600 Russian soldiers. What? But yeah, it was this. It was this, right? Oh yeah, they said 89 soldiers, but Ukrainian authorities claim the true figure is much higher. Oh, that's why I'm not sure about the true figure either. Yep, it was Makivka. Okay. But there is a limit to what one new commander can do in 3 months. But Putin doesn't necessarily understand this. Remember, no military experience and a court full of sycophants, nor care. For Gerasimov, we were being assured was out of favor and about to be sacked, or who was Putin's right-hand man, yeah, depending on what you were reading, it is a kind of demotion, or at least the most poisoned of calluses. It's now on him, and I suspect Putin has unrealistic expectations again. It has been pretty clear that there will be spring offensives. That's what the 150,000 Mobiks not thrown into the fight are being held for. 150k fresh troops, however poor quality, will make a difference, but not, I suspect, enough for Putin. There may very well be some advances, but nothing decisive, and the Ukrainians themselves that will be looking to a spring offensive. In many ways, I don't think Moscow's strategy hinges anyway on battlefield victory. It's more about politics. In other words, demonstrating to the West that Russia is in this for the long haul, and hoping that we will lose the will and unity to continue to support Kyiv. I think Putin will be disappointed, but he has to believe this. It's his only real shot at some kind of victory. I fully agree with this assessment at this present time. This seems to be absolutely correct. Putin's win condition is the West giving up on Ukraine. It's literally just that. As long as the West is supporting Ukraine logistically, there is not going to be a physical invasion of Ukraine, a physical collapse of the Ukrainian army. Material, I should say, a material collapse of the army. So what does this actually mean? A, confirmation, if we needed it, that there will be serious offensives coming, and that even Putin recognizes that poor coordination has been an issue. Though can even Gerasimov truly command Wagner plus Kadyrov? That's an interesting question with regards to our speculation about Wagner's freedom, let's say, relative to the Kremlin. B. Gerasimov is hanging by a thread. I don't think this is intended to create a pretext to sack him, as the war is too important and Putin can sack who he wants, but he needs some kind of win, or a career ends in ignominy. This may well suggest some kind of escalation. Not the nuclear option, but more mobilization, or, arguably, more militarily logical but politically dangerous, also deploying conscripts. They are better trained and equipped than most Mobiks. Putin doesn't understand / care about his officer corps. If you keep appointing, rotating, burning your relative stars, setting unrealistic expectations, arbitrarily demoting them, that's not going to win loyalty. Here and now, I don't see that as a crucial issue, but as with the anger and demoralization of the Rosgvardia, because they feel they were used as cannon fodder, Rosgvardia were the elite special ops troops that were like paradropped near Kyiv at the airport, right? Let me double check that. Oh, that's the National Guard. Okay, no, they weren't the I'm confusing them. What was the name of the special ops that were dropped in near Kyiv? That like completely failed. But yeah, I got them confused. That was not the Rosgvardia. Oh yeah, the VDV. Thank you. Yeah, it was the VDV. Yep. So, but as with the anger and demoralization of the Rosgvardia, it's one of those issues which may bite Putin in a real crisis. Oh, and obligatory PS, no, there is no Gerasimov doctrine. Okay. Also, Sotsub saying, also, I don't know if you know Rob Lee. Oh yeah, I know Rob Lee. I follow him. He's a great commentator, or like open source analyst on Twitter for this for the war. But his Twitter account is really good for this sort of thing. There's a lot of speculation at the moment about the use of Belarusian troops, and Gerasimov has pretty deep ties there. Interesting. I had not. I'll admit, Rob Lee hasn't been recommended as much in my feed, so I've definitely missed his tweets. But I'll look into that. That is an interesting rabbit hole to go into. To be fair, there are other reasons why the Russians don't want to have the cell phones on the battlefield. We have all seen those vids where random soldiers talk about their superiors. Yeah, there's also that. That is true as well. Okay. Last segment of the stream, but it's a good one. You better stick around for it. Let me pull it up real quick. So you might have heard about how Macron has promised some really, really serious support, material support to Ukraine. Macron has made France the first country to promise the delivery of actual tanks to the Ukrainian army. Take that, all you motherfuckers who have been talking shit about the French support to Ukraine for the past fucking year, who've been talking shit about Macron negotiating with Putin. That's been pissing me off for a year. You guys who've been watching me, you know my opinion about that. Like, you know that Macron's been doing, if you agree with me, he's been doing a bang-up job as a diplomat, as a leader in the Western world, and he's still doing it, showing strong material support to Ukraine. I love what I'm seeing. And still calling Putin, still calling for negotiations, still calling for an end to this insanity. He has the right fucking take on all of this. I don't agree with him on many things, but on his stance on the Ukraine war, I 100% back everything I've seen him do. Well, maybe not everything. There was this one. No, wait. Let me qualify this. There was this one statement. I don't remember what he said. He said some really cringe shit this one time in a speech about Ukraine. It was bad. But he misspoke. Okay, but it was bad. I will not defend that like specific speech. But apart from that, he's been perfect. He's got a great track record. We cannot send our tanks to Ukraine, okay, since we leased them from Germany. Otherwise, we would. Oh yeah, I saw that Spain wanted to give a bunch of arms to Ukraine, but they can't because they bought them from Switzerland. And a part of the contract with Switzerland was that Switzerland has the right to veto whoever gets those weapons next, and Switzerland forbids Spain from giving those weapons to Ukraine. So yeah. Shit can get complicated when you go into those kinds of situations. All right. So it was in the Reddit post here. This is Russia's reaction, or not Russia's. This is not the Kremlin's reaction. This is the Russian pundits reacting to France's declaration of giving those tanks to Ukraine. So let me make sure you can read the subtitles because it's going to be in Russian. Listen, at least you're not the Germans sending helmets, okay? I know.
Не ответ-то встречный, как мы обычно. Ответ-то встречный. Сидим.
Oh, yeah, I can do picture-in-picture. Macron supplies the tanks and we give them a preemptive strike against France as a party to the conflict. And if France, as Rudolfovich says, begins to put it mildly, to harm openly, fearing nothing, then it must be recognized as a party to the conflict. There should be no France. There was France, and now there's no France. Would anyone be upset about that? And a million British people cried out in joy when France gets nuked. To hit France once, and that will be the end of it. Everyone will be scared, I assure you. No one will want to go. And there's no need to engage our strategic potential, our triad. We have enough ammunition to destroy France, or Britain. Okay, I find it, honestly, just from a realpolitik perspective, I find it hilarious that this guy's talking mad shit about nuking France or the UK. Those, my brother in Christ, those are like the two main nuclear powers in Europe. Just because they only have 200 nukes doesn't mean there will be a Russia left if that's the path that you're going down. That is fucking insane. That is this take is like so brain dead when it comes to nuclear war strategy. Those are the two last countries Russia will ever point a nuclear weapon at. That is brain dead. absolutely delusional. But that's what they're being fed on Russian TV now, I guess.
Никому было неповадно. Ну или от Британии.
It's better to decide, because those who don't know where to flee to are now running away from France to Britain and then back again. Haha. Let them flee to Morocco or Algeria. There you go. There you go. You got fucking idiots advocating for a preemptive nuclear strike against France and the UK while we're at it. You know, just throw it in. The two main nuclear powers in Europe. Surely nothing bad will happen if that happens. Aren't those also two of the largest countries in Europe in terms of Russian nationals living there? I don't know, maybe. They're definitely two of the largest countries in Europe, you know, in terms of army size as well, like just in conventional warfare, excluding Turkey. Turkey has like the biggest army in Europe. But like next, I think next is the UK and France, and they're like kind of tied. Like UK has a way better navy. France has like a better land army, something like that. I don't remember the details, but it's roughly like that. Turkey, Europe, Pepe. Oh, come on. Turkey's like geographically, Turkey's a part of Europe. Who are you talking? I've never heard of Neymanen, only worldwide famous Twitch TV streamer in Soyoyo. We the Dutch can take you all. Yes, and I'm sure if France gets blasted away in a nuclear holocaust, obviously the radiation will stop at the border. Just like when Chernobyl blew up, you know? When Chernobyl blew up on French TV, people were being reassured by being told, hey, you know, they were shown like graphs of the radioactive cloud. Like meteorologists were on TV saying, look, the radiation will go around. It will stop at the border. It will go around the country. You're safe. You're fine. Nothing will happen. We're all good. Oh, cancer? No. You're gonna be fine. All right. That's pretty much all I had for today. Thank you for watching. Thank you. I hope you enjoyed. We're gonna raid out, so please hang around. Give me some clout for the raid. And we raid cool people, okay? I don't raid anybody. I don't raid just anybody. I raid interesting streams. Yo, Wick, are you still here? At Wick TV. Wick TV is still here. Wick, are you gonna stream? Should I raid for you to rev it up? Give you that raid? Otherwise, I'll just hit up Rhizome. I see he's streaming. Or like, is there like a smaller streamer? Oh, IRI is streaming, but oh yeah, Wick is streaming. Never mind, Wick is streaming. Okay, perfect. Gender gap in education. Why are men falling behind? Oh, that's a cool topic.
It's going to reflect that. I think that young men just don't care as much because they don't.
I actually like that topic. I find it really interesting with regards to like gender inequality and the when you look at the like societal effects of all the what I believe positive measures that have been put in place to compensate for how women had worse outcomes in education and in society. But it feels like in certain metrics, those measures have overshot now, where men are now falling behind in education. So it's an interesting topic.
From what I understand,
definitely raid worthy. So hey, if this interests you, stay tuned. We're going over to Wick.
Boys, they've like changed their mind.
Thank you for watching. Hope you enjoyed everything. Wait, tonight we're Friday, right? No. Oh yeah, no. We were Tuesday. Okay, I'm gonna stream tomorrow. Stream tomorrow. I'm not gonna stream this weekend. So, but yeah, tune back in tomorrow. We're gonna have some more cool stuff. Thank you for watching. Thank you for hanging out. Hope you enjoyed it, and have a good night, morning, evening, day, whatever time it is. Love you. Bye-bye.
Waned from the public consciousness. There's not as much of a bohemian anti-culture